All right, folks, time for another edition of the online dinner party. Looking forward to a great conversation with an amazing guest. And of course, we'll be talking about things going around the world and everything. I was actually just over there with Brian Shulman and Nancy Burroughs and Tim Sohn, and they were over there actually having a lip sync battle, and somehow they pulled me into it. I had a song that I was going to dance to and perform with and everything, but I was just gonna kind of like hum along on the song. Did not know I was going to get involved in a lip sync battle. So that's actually my second time. And actually, I think Nancy definitely had a great time in terms of teasing me and everything. The first time, I just had a song in my mind that was a fun party song and a fun song from back in the day and everything. So I was just hoping that we were going to sing the song and play along with the song. Did not know it was going to be a full competition. So that was the song Love Shack by the B 52. So I got pulled into that song. Other people got pulled into other songs, but I don't think me and Tim were expected to be pulled into a competition, but it was fun nonetheless. Like I said, a lot of things are going on around the world. I know folks are still trying to get vaccinated. Of course, the president is talking about door to door knocking and of even having people come to the workplace to maintain folks getting vaccinated and a number of other things in that regards. And I know a lot of folks are also following the sports world as well. Because we know that we just had a major game yesterday with the Phoenix Suns and the Milwaukee Bucks. And like I was telling Tim and other folks, I don't have a dog in that fight, but it was still interesting watching the game and seeing what was going on in that regard. On some ways, I would like to see Chris Paul get a ring since he is a great player and he doesn't have a ring as of yet. But I did go to school in Milwaukee. So, of course, Marquette is where Milwaukee is the home city of Marquette and all of that. So definitely, I had thought about that would be great if they got a championship as well. And of course, the Phoenix Suns also have a Marquette player on their team, Jay Crowder, and Jay Crowder was definitely doing a good job on that lockdown defense and everything. Didn't have a lot of points, even though he was throwing up some threes and other things. I think he might have only had less than 5 points or something along those lines. But he was definitely being a defensive thorn in the Milwaukee Bucks side and all of that. But right now, we're going to bring in our guest for today, Kevin Jackson, who is a musician, and I am looking forward to hearing him share some of his stories, some of his thoughts about things going on in the world, how he's doing, and just general conversation, because that's what we do at the online dinner party. And I was glad that his publicist got in touch with me after we had another one of her clients on in the past. So I'm going to bring Kevin on, and we're going to have a whole conversation around some of the things that he's got going on and all of that. So, Kevin, how are you doing today? Like I said, I got pulled in because these live streams, you become almost like a fraternity, and you have friends that invite you into different things. So, my friend Brian Shulman is a LinkedIn influencer and does a lot of amazing things out of California. So he called me in. I oftentimes will pop in on his show on Wednesdays, and he'll sometimes pop in on ours as well. But like I said, I did not know that I was going to be pulled into a lip sync battle. I already had in my mind that I wanted to hear B 52's Love Shack. But as I was telling them, that song has a serious degree of difficulty because it's got all kinds of crazy scats and lyrics and everything else in that song. So I was sitting there going like, I probably should have picked Brick House or an easier along those lines. So
Right.
definitely, what are your thoughts and how are you doing? I'd love to hear more. I know that your publicist has been in touch with me. So of course, our folks here on Pod TV, formerly International Broadcast Media, we'd love to hear more about your musical journey. And of course, we'll dive into that deeper. But I hope that you're doing well. Hope that things are going well in your life and that everything is going well as far as you're concerned, even with the pandemic, because it does seem like more and more people are getting out. Actually, this last weekend, there is a festival here, the Festival de Eno, that last year in 2020 went virtual, but this year they went mostly in person. So it's an outside festival, and they actually had performers there, including Shirley Caesar and the Hamiltons and a number of other groups, Reese Palmer and others, but they only did one day of virtual, and the other 2 days were actually out at the state park where it is usually held. So it was just good seeing people there, even though, like a lot of people, they were doing more trying to keep the audience down. So they didn't want to have a full house, even though our Durham Bulls are, I think, having maximum capacity with their games. But at least in this first festival, they wanted to try to keep things a little bit controlled, for lack of a better term. So, how are you doing, and how are things going in your life?
I'm doing great. All is well. Like you said, Desiree is a wonderful publicist. Shout out to Desiree. She's amazing. And yeah, I'm doing great. I got a single called Elevation that's being currently played on SiriusXM Watercolors as of May 5th, and it's doing well. It's a lot of artists did the same thing. They started making music during the pandemic, and so there's a flood of new music, but it's sitting well right in the mix of all this new music. So I think at the time I was talking to Mason, she was telling me back in January she has a single coming out with Will Downing. So it just lets you know that people were working, during the pandemic. And yeah, I'm proud of my single that's doing well, followed by the CD, which I just found out today will be available online September 17th.
Okay. So that's just around the corner and everything.
Yeah,
I know Desiree was saying that she really loves the song Elevation and
yeah,
all of that. And she says that it's a perfect song for the summer and definitely things along that line. So she was also saying hello to both of us and definitely appreciate her joining here and watching, and definitely telling other folks to watch as well. Share a little bit about your musical journey. Like I said, I know Desiree had told me that you've been in the game for a while and things of that nature. So I'd love to hear you share a little bit about your own musical journey and even how it started in terms of like the early days until now.
wow. So that would have to be, well, maybe 30 years ago. My mother used to have a little acoustic guitar laying around the house, and um, it probably had about 4 or 5 strings on it. And I just started playing around with it. And she used to sing in this gospel group, and then she used to bring me around to the rehearsals, and then eventually to all the uh, shows where gospel performers were performing. And that bug just hit me just when I saw all the guitars and all the bass and equipment and drums and keyboards and singing and the attire. It just that's it. I was like, that's what I want to do. And I eventually went on the road with a group called the Singing Disciples, which was like my first uh,
Mhm.
big thing, I guess, because they had a bus that took them everywhere. And back then they had cassettes and vinyl, so it wasn't the CDs and streaming, of course, they do today. But
Right.
that was my first taste at traveling and performing, and eventually I started to play other genres of music, jazz, R&B, rock, and did my paid my dues, should you say, in this area, the DMV area. Just played with a lot of different groups, did a lot of clubs, a lot of shows, and eventually I decided to make my own CD about 9 years ago, called Stories in Color, and it was eclectic. It had a lot
Mhm.
of different things. It had the R&B, the jazz, the spoken word. It had a lot of different things, and followed up by a CD called The Mirror Truth, same kind of vein of different genres. And then about, I want to say about 5 years ago, I started doing smooth jazz festivals, and
Okay.
I was amazed. I was amazed at the loyalty that the people have for the artists, and how much respect they get. And even if you're not the main artist, even if you're on stage with them, they still have a lot of love for you. So I said, okay, I'm going to go that vein, and I made a CD called The Full Circle, and it got a lot of play, and I did well. I sold a lot of copies, and then on that CD I had Ollie Silk, Jakeem Joyner, Tracy Hamlin, and it did really well. And then I decided to make another one during the pandemic, and this one is, I'm blown. I'm blown how good it is. But it features, some other artists. I have Selena Albright is on it. Blair Bryant is on it as one of the producers. Paula Atherton is on it. Nathan Mitchell is on it. Willie Bradley Jr. is on it as well. So it's a really good CD, And in between that, when I was doing, all these different shows, I managed to, perform for different artists with Sheila E. and Wyclef and um, Chico DeBarge, to name a
Right.
Mesa as well. So it's been an amazing journey. I wouldn't change anything. It's been amazing, and I'm glad I'm still here.
Sounds like you've been doing some truly amazing work and definitely worked with some amazing folks. I know that one of my friends is actually a smooth jazz DJ here in the area. He does like some smooth jazz um, performances at some local bars, as well as he's on one of our area radio stations, WCOM, where he has his smooth jazz show. And sometimes folks don't always give smooth jazz the respect that it probably deserves. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about smooth jazz as it compares to, say, the more traditional jazz, because I do know that there are traditionalists that sometimes are not the biggest fans of smooth jazz. I remember when my dad is still living and he's an artist, but I remember when he first heard some of the smooth jazz folks, he felt that they weren't doing the same kind of things that, say, the more traditional jazz artists were doing, and he maybe didn't give them the same kind of respect that he might have given a Coltrane or a Mingus or some of those other folks.
Sure.
But I do know that that argument happened. So I'd love to hear some of your thoughts about the role of smooth jazz, because I do agree that their fan base is very devoted, like you were saying, and everything. But I'd love to hear your thoughts just about the whole smooth jazz versus traditional jazz arguments.
Well, sure. Traditional jazz or upright music, upright jazz, has been the bedrock for years. And then I guess you could say smooth jazz is really just that instrumental R&B song.
Right.
So people may, say different things of or their viewpoints of how it all started. To me, I remember George Benson talking about how he did bebop for years.
Right.
Then one day he decided to sing, and he was
Hmm.
singing R&B, and he said that's when he got his first Porsche. And so obviously the budget for singing R&B and pop is a whole lot different than singing or performing for say bebop or upright jazz or traditional
Right.
jazz, as you say. So I think it's primarily because of the audience. Obviously the audience that want to see smooth jazz, they want to dance to it, they want to
Right.
bob their head to it, and a lot of folks don't really understand upright jazz because of the different timing, or it may seem like it's kind of dry, or it's just really for musicians. But there's a lot of respect for both. But unfortunately for the pop culture, smooth jazz is budget wise more popular. And I remember when there was a shift with when Kenny G came along and he did
Hmm.
his CD, and all of a sudden, and then MTV and VH1, they got a hold of it and started, pushing his video. And then there was a shift in smooth jazz. So, and I know he gets a lot of flack, like me, people say, who does he think he is? He's not all that, but don't sleep on Kenny G. Kenny G is a beast. So, yeah, it's really about the consumer. The
Right.
consumer kind of dictates what is popular and what isn't. Even though as purists, like ourselves and musicians,
Right.
we love upright and we love traditional jazz.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Love all kinds of styles of music. Actually, I had the pleasure way back in the '80s when I was in school of actually meeting Kenny G and Jeff Lober,
Mm.
because they actually came and performed at Marquette. I think that was the Kenny G Experience or something like that. But I remember they came and gave a great performance and all of that, and I thoroughly enjoyed catching them at that performance. One of the things I was curious about is, I also hear a lot of musicians talk about the nature of radio and the nature of commercial radio in terms of supporting either smooth jazz or just any kind of music in general. I've got some friends that are in the funk world as well as R&B, and they sometimes feel that they don't get enough love from commercial radio. And we know that a lot of times commercial media is controlled by one or two entities, whether that's Clear Channel, whether that's Radio One, or a number of other things that are out there as well. So I'd love you to share a little bit as an independent musician about your thoughts about radio play and even how you go about getting radio play. Or do you think it's even less of a concern of yours now because we do have more opportunities to reach the audience through festivals and through streaming platforms and things of that nature. But I do know that that's been a conversation that's been going on for a while. This conversation around whether we're getting enough support from our commercial radio entities, not so much the college entities and the community radio entities, but definitely the commercial entities. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on that matter.
Yeah, in my opinion, I have seen um, artists that were trying their best to get on mainstream radio because that was the game in town. And as time, fast forward, now that streaming and satellite radio is available, it's a different world because people you can't even your CDs, they're not even making cards with CDs anymore, so CD players. So you're basically left to the income of streaming. Well, not totally streaming, but that's a big part of it. And so
Right.
anything that happens through social media that you generate and it eventually gets to satellite radio is kind of like the way to go. The Spotify, um, if you're not on Spotify, the playlist, you're basically dead. So you have to um, be mindful that there's a difference between main radio and satellite radio, uh, and just it's just a different animal, and it's not taking away from the art of a musician who the funk artist or any other genre that's on mainstream radio. But right now, satellite radio and streaming is the monster right now.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that. By the way, I see that got a couple other people that are watching, like Donna Glass and Maurice Carroll. And Maurice Carroll had actually said that people like music that is palatable and easy to understand, often unaware of the music tip that goes into contemporary jazz. And Desiree was adding that the complexity of jazz is a beautiful thing. So definitely glad that they were watching and things along that line. We are very fortunate here in this area, and I'm in Durham, North Carolina, to have some great jazz schools, some great colleges that teach jazz, like
Mm.
Duke University, where John Brown is, and Bradford has taught over there, as well as others. And of course, we've got North Carolina Central University as well, where Ira Wiggins and even Ninth Wonder is, who is a rap producer. And of course, definitely some great graduates have come out of that as well. But I sometimes feel that we're not teaching enough of our kids about the complexity of music, even in the high school level, even though there's some great high schools here and around the country and everything. But I'd love to hear your thoughts about music education and whether we're having enough music education just in terms of the generalities in terms of society in general. Because I know that one of the founders of this platform, Pi TV, they talk about education in general, and they talk about how they feel that we are teaching 18th century values, even though we're in the 21st century. So they feel that we don't teach enough, both about the arts, but also about like financial literacy and other things that you need in order to live and survive and thrive. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about where you feel we are in terms of music education, and even if you do any music education yourself.
Yeah, quick shout out to Maurice Carroll, one of the main dudes on my CD. He's actually a teacher himself, and he would probably say the same thing, that education is huge. Um, it, it's there's always going to be a controversy about
Right.
everything, but this in particular, which you just brought up, is um, it's something we'll always probably talked about, because you go to school to learn your craft,
Right.
whether it's high school or college or Berkeley or some school. Somehow you're learning your craft, how to sing, da,
Right.
da, 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 all these scales. And sometimes no matter how much you do, how much you learn, you will never get that particular coin, so to speak, because there's somebody who's going to download a beat, download a track, and someone's going to barely sing on top of it, and it will make millions of dollars.
Right.
And you're in school learning all these scales, how to control your breathing, and breathe through your diaphragm and all this. And it's an interesting business. So I would say for anybody who's studying, if you're learning by ear, that's great. That's great. But I think if you can do both, where you can do, you learn about your craft, you learn about everything, you learn about all genres, and the business. The business is extremely important because you don't want to just have a great talent and great CDs, and then you don't the business part behind of it. You're still living in a tent because you didn't take care of your business properly. But it's pretty interesting how that whole thing goes. That the bare minimum is what's really selling. When you study so much, you spend hours and hours practicing, rehearsing, uh, just endless amount of time, and a perfect example. I think, like in my opinion, Jennifer Hudson, an amazing
Right.
amazing singer, but I think she has a tough time because she's such a powerhouse that today's genre doesn't call for the belting. They just want a gimmick or a look or a
Right.
certain type of thing to happen so that they can market it, make their money. The record company makes money, the artist makes money. Even if it's a one-hit wonder, it's just for that amount of time. If it makes 5 to 10 million, that's good. They move on to the next artist and do the same thing. So Jennifer Hudson is an amazing singer, but I think she's kind of stuck because of her vocals. That it's I love it. I can hear her sing all day long, but
Right.
I think for someone, the teenagers and anybody in their young, 20s, they'd rather hear someone who barely sings and has a gimmick or a hook or a look.
No, I agree with you. And actually, Desiree was actually talking about music education, and she was saying that music education is so important, and she'd like to see initiatives in schools everywhere. As a parent, she makes sure that her son is exposed to different genres. The appreciation that starts early, and Maurice Carroll was agreeing with you as well. That actually brings up something that I was gearing to ask, and then I'm going to come back to the business as well. But one of the things that Desiree was talking about was those music genres, and how important do you think it is for artists, including yourself, but just artists in general, to have an understanding, not just whatever their genre is, but to also understand other musical forms? I know that I've got a good friend of mine, Reese Palmer, who is actually a country singer. She's an African American country singer, and she talks a lot about that's a music that she loves, but she also understands jazz and other things as well. And a lot of times we don't even celebrate our influences on music that is seen as other parts of society, because the banjo was actually really created in Africa, and people don't even want to think about that, even though that's a major country instrument and things
Right.
along that line. But I'd love to hear your thoughts about the importance of knowing multiple genres.
So, as a musician, a full-time musician, it's important for me to learn all genres because I play all different types of music. And when it's fun that you mentioned country music. Long time ago, back in the 80s, was it 2021? 80s. Um, there was Prince,
Mm-hmm.
Madonna, Sting, Bruce Springsteen,
You're right.
uh, Michael Jackson, and I can't think of who else was big back then. And they were it was mind blowing. VH1 came out and MTV came out, and it propelled their careers, and nothing else was better than that. But there was one person that was blowing everybody out the water: Garth Brooks.
Right. Yeah.
His Garth Brooks and country music blew everybody out the water. Uh,
Right.
Honest lyrics, honest music, and of course, the fan base. So don't sleep on country music.
Right.
It may seem simple compared to other forms of music, but I played it before. It's not as easy as people think it is. It's pretty eclectic. But no, I would say for any musician, any singer, it's extremely important to learn how to play everything. I was just talking to a friend of mine. He was telling me that his guitar player can play funk all day long in his band,
Right.
but he struggles when it comes to the rock stuff. And I would say that it's extremely important to learn how to play everything. You'll be surprised how far it'll take you if you learn how to play everything.
No, I definitely agree with you on that. And when I'm not doing these live streams, one of the things that I do is I host a blues show. And so blues and country are very much related. And then there have been other forms of music that have come out of the blues as well. Because I know that like even Southern soul is some people consider it R&B, some people consider it a form of blues. I actually think
Hmm.
that it's a mixture of both of those. But I'm a big fan of folks that are in that, like Nelly Tiger Travis and a number of others that are in that kind of flavor and everything. One of the things that you were talking about that Maurice was also talking about, and I'd love to hear your thoughts more about this, is that the impact of business. Because I do agree that a lot of times in any form of our arts, we get so caught up in the performance side of things and we don't pay enough attention to the business side of what's going on. And I would argue that even with some of my friends that are in acting, that are in filmmaking, that are in more traditional stage theater, as well as artists and things of that nature. So I'd love for you to share a little bit about your own business acumen and your own thoughts about making it a important part of your career. Because I think a lot of times folks hear that expression, show business, and they're really good at the show part, but a lot of times they leave the business side alone and they don't do enough of that. But it sounds like you are definitely doing the right things in that regards, and you probably have definitely have Desiree, but you also have other members of your team as well that help you in that regard. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about the importance of having that business aspect in any aspect of show business.
It's important to learn everything when it comes to business. If you don't know, ask. I promise you, you'll grow. Your whole business will grow just from you learning the business. You gotta get a LLC. You gotta learn everything that you need to build your business and protect yourself, so that somebody tries to sue you or whatever, you got a separate entity, or well, it's attached to you, but it's protecting you. And even when it comes to the royalties, when it comes to all the monies that are owed to you, if you don't know the business, you can possibly lose out on millions of dollars. So it would behoove you, if you have to pay for it or pay for someone to educate you, um, or just ask questions. I mean, the internet itself is full of information. So it would behoove you to learn as much as you can about the business, because it'll take care of you. Even when you can be sitting home on your couch making money without even leaving out the house, if you know the business. So it's extremely important.
No, I definitely agree with you on that. Like I said, Maurice Carroll was saying how the business is so important and all of that. But we have a gentleman that listens all the time from Brazil, and he actually asked a very interesting question. I'd love to hear your answer to him and everything. But he says that music today tends to be too safe, too corporate. It has to be inoffensive as possible to generate mass appeal. And jazz and to extent other genres demand more complexity on a technical and on a consuming level. So I was just wondering your thoughts to folks that will think that there kind of things are going on where you have to be inoffensive and you have to play it safe and everything. So that's what it seems to me that he is saying, is that sometimes we play it too safe.
Okay, so he is right to some degree. Um, we as there are, I guess the best way of putting it is that um, people in terms of a mix and a master and how to make the music safe, is that you have to think in terms of that it's for radio, and that people are listening to it. And yes, there are probably other outlets where you can wild out and do all the things in your head that it may not even make sense to anybody else, but all in your head. There's other platforms for that. But I would say that I think commercially you have to make it a particular way, so that you can sell CDs, so that you can make a living at it.
You're right.
But I think the transition is that you have it one way on your CD, but your live show, then that's where it's a completely different animal. Because in my show, I may be a smooth jazz artist, but in my live show, I definitely have the rock thing going on. I have the jazz thing going on, but I got other things going on as well. I got the spoken word thing going on. I have the rock thing going on, the Latin thing going on. So I have a lot of different things happening, And when you come to see my show, it's you're going to walk away saying, was that really a smooth jazz show?
Right.
So it's like one of my favorite guitar players, Norman Brown, definitely one of the best smooth jazz artists or smooth jazz guitar players, and can play any George Benson and bebop, for days. But I've seen him do Jimi Hendrix, at his live shows. So it's you have to sell units, particularly if you're on a label. They got you on their label for a reason. So they want to make records, they want to make money. So you have to make it a particular way, and then live you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I can definitely understand that. I'm glad that you brought up those points and everything. And I appreciate folks that are watching and enjoying our conversation and everything. So bringing up some of the things that they were saying. I know that Desiree was saying that country music definitely tells some amazing stories, and a lot of things go hand in hand. And I know that Maurice Carroll was saying that our industry is called music business, not music art. So I definitely have to agree with him on that. And definitely Desiree was saying that safety doesn't keep you relevant. And she was also saying that artists need some type of it factor to be remembered. And speaking of that it factor, one of the things that I've talked about on this show with a number of artists of all types, including like some writers, some painters, and other types of artists, is this whole field of an activist artist. And I was just wondering, with all that's going on in society, is that something that you even feel comfortable doing in any of your lyrics, or is that something that you try to stay away from? Because I do know that there are a number of artists that try to use their platform to make statements about things going on in society, and they may make that either directly or indirectly, just using their platform as a leap off. We saw that in the sports world with some of the things that LeBron James and others were doing. So I was just wondering, do you feel comfortable using your art platform in that activist space, or is it something that you try to leave alone? And if you are comfortable with it, how do you do it?
So because of the genre that I'm in, smooth jazz, and it's usually just it's an instrumental basically. There's not much of a story that I can tell, but certainly live, I can use it as a platform to throw in tidbits of information or something to give people a reason, a pause to, something thought provoking to make them, to say, that was, I never looked at it from that angle. A lot of times people say that I'm a storyteller and I may talk a little bit too much, but I want people to know that, it's there's more to just music. There's life. We all have to, wake up and work and provide, for our families. But when you come to my show, you'll enjoy the music, but I'm also trying to inform as well as what's happening and try to make everything relevant.
Yeah, that makes sense. And by the way, like I said, Ghost Hand 246, who is our buddy from Brazil, was saying, he was asking you, is there too much label and company interference on your music? Or once you strike a publishing deal, do you have more creative freedom? And are you about self-publishing? So I think he was asking about the role of self-publishing and the ways that you're going about even getting your words out, and whether you're going the self-publishing route or whether you even want to go into that corporate route where they do have a little bit more control. So I think he's asking which way you're going and how you feel about that.
So there's a lot of advantages to being on a label. They kind of take care of everything for you, and you basically just go for the ride. And a lot of the pressures and headaches that go along with the business part of it is taken care of from the label. You're really just showing up to every show or to every interview or to any situation where you're called to be there. That's your job. But I find, and I'm self-published, and I'm independent, so I find on my end that it works best for me because everything comes to me. I put out the risk, should I say, of putting out the money for all my CDs, and sometimes I produce my own shows, but everything comes back to me. So I find that it's an advantage to be an indie artist. That probably could be argued, but I find for me that it works well.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. How do you find it working and producing your own shows? And is that something that you enjoy doing? I know that I mentioned Reese, and she's done some shows. She actually has a country show that she does and everything on the I think it's on radio or maybe on podcast, but definitely she's involved in that space. And I know that she's produced some shows of her own. But I've got a good friend of mine that actually used to be the rental coordinator of one of our local theaters, and he used to say that everybody is a producer until it was time for them to put up the money. And then there, not everybody was a producer at that time because they would always come to him with these amazing ideas and these great ideas, but then it would be time for them to do the old-fashioned put up or shut up, and a lot of times they didn't have the resources to put up. So then that's when he found out who the real deals were and who those fake folks were and everything.
Yeah, I love producing. There's nothing like creating something from scratch, just grabbing my acoustic guitar and I'll come up with some chords or melody, and I'll record it and say, okay, that sounds good, and then I'll go to the studio and put it all down, and then put all the pieces, the keys, the bass, the drums, the vocals, and then comes the mixing and then the mastering, and then it's like, okay, wow, you got a song here. And I produced, good gosh, maybe about 9 years. But this particular CD, I decided to go with other producers to that I've met along the throughout the years, and we started to collaborate. And I can say that collaboration is definitely the way to go, because you can kind of sound all your, not saying all your songs can sound the same, but you can kind of have the same kind of ideas. Like if I made my traditional way might be to resolve on a A13 or A suspended. Someone else may say, well, why don't you try ending on a C sharp diminished, and then go into the song. So that's why I'm really proud of this song or this CD, because I got a lot of different ideas and opinions from different people. Even though I had the skeleton for everything, all the songs, everyone else put their input to it, and it became something else, and it sounds amazing.
Yeah, it sounds like it's truly amazing, and like I said, definitely some great sounds, and it looks like you're getting a lot of respect. I know that some of your fans were talking about what they have enjoyed about your performance and all of that. I want to come back to something that I brought up on the show before, and it's actually comes to something that, like I said earlier, was mentioned by that same friend that was talking about producers, and that was my friend that I mentioned earlier, Ray Pascal, who was the rental coordinator. But he oftentimes talks about it, and it doesn't matter the age, because I've seen it happen to young people, I've seen it happen to old people. But he talks about folks that are the dream stealers and the folks that want to crush your dreams and don't want to encourage you in what you're doing. And I don't care whether you're in your 70s and 80s, because I've seen it happen to those, or whether you're young performers as well that are just starting out. But I was just wondering, in your own world, how do you deal with those folks that are the dream stealers and the ones that he also has this other term that he calls the brain drain, which is the folks that are always trying to get your knowledge without necessarily wanting to pay you for that amount of skill and knowledge that you've got. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about how you deal with both of those folks that are the dream stealers and trying to kill your dreams, no matter what those dreams are, and also those that are being abusive in terms of trying to take from the artists or just trying to take from creatives in general.
So that's been going on for forever since from what I've seen, people have been each decade, should I say, there's always a particular type of genre of music that people always jump on board with. Whatever's popular at the time, people. So if it's swing band, people are going to make some music around swing band. Get further into the 70s, you had the disco and the funk stuff, and somebody might have came up with this really great riff. And then next thing you know, everybody else is trying to do the same thing. And funk music, most of the songs that I can remember all were in E. So Good Times, another one bites the dust.
Right.
I mean, all the songs were they were like guitar driven, so they were in the key of E minor, and it was always probably from one song, and everyone jumped on top of it. The only thing you can do is just kind of copyright it, protect yourself, and if you have a great song and it becomes the blueprint, I mean that's a testament to your writing. But every genre is going to always kind of hear things that kind of sound the same thing, even past the 80s and then the 90s, New Jack Swing, everybody was doing something that sounded like New Jack Swing. So um, it's inevitable that people are going to try to jump on the ship that's that's doing well, but then you got those that are against the grain and they just want to do their own thing, and there's nothing wrong with that, but um, I would say it's all about really protecting yourself business wise. It always comes down to the business. No matter how talented you are, it's always about the business.
No, definitely all about the business. I agree with you on that. By the way, Desiree and others were saying that they feel that you've got the it factor. And as I'm sitting here talking to you and everything, I can definitely see where folks would have that thought about you and everything. And definitely, Desiree was saying that she also likes your smooth, controlled, and signature style. And Maurice Carroll was saying how much he loves collaborating too, because there's so much to learn in those collaborations. And Desiree was mentioning that you've got an upcoming performance. So I'd love for you to share a little bit about that. And of course, she was giving your website as well. But definitely, I know that that performance is coming up, I think, in about a week and a half. So if you can share a little bit about what that performance is, where it is, because even though we're a global audience, we do have folks that are also in your area as well as just around the area, and some that don't even mind traveling. Because I know a good friend of mine is actually going to be doing a funk festival in the Maryland area in August. So he's actually going to be doing that next month, and he's taking his band, the Nappy Head Funk Army, up there. But they're going to be performing with some of the funk alumni as well. And I believe that event is taking place on the third weekend in August, if my dates are serving me correctly and everything.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's why I decided to do this genre, because people will travel. I've seen people travel to hear one artist
Right.
from city to city to city to hear the same music, the same corny skit, the same everything that they're going to do in every city because they love and they're loyal to smooth jazz. It's just amazing. So, yes, July 18th, I'll be at the National Harbor doing a smooth jazz concert for the Lake Harbor Jazz Series. You
Okay.
go online, there's Gerald Albright, there's Nicole Leone, um, Mesa, Avery Sunshine, um, a lot of different artists. And my show, I'm sharing the bill with Brian Lanier from DC and Nathan Mitchell from Tampa Bay, Florida. And we got an incredible band, and it's going to be an incredible show.
Sounds like it. Sounds like it's going to be truly amazing. And I know folks will probably be making that drive, even some from North Carolina and other places that are watching and checking out the show, because we do know that we've got folks that don't mind making those kind of drives and those kind of travels and everything. I had mentioned earlier, of course, the pandemic is hopefully winding down. More and more people are getting vaccinated, and definitely we're glad to see that happening in society. But during this 16 months that have been going on with the pandemic, what were some of the things that you were doing to keep yourself occupied? I know that I've read from some of the things that Desiree said that this is when you were doing some of the recording, but also doing some performances for friends and family and everything along those lines. So I'm just wondering, how were some of the ways that you were keeping occupied, as so many of us were locked in the home before, now more and more people are getting out?
Well, Desiree isn't cheap, so I was doing some exotic dancing on the side to build my money up so I could pay her. No, I'm just joking. Uh, no, I was creating just like everybody else, and that's like my radio promoter, Dave Cooner. Shout out to Dave Cooner. He told me, he said he's never seen such an influx of music. Everyone was doing the same thing. Like, you can only sit on the couch for so long. You
Right.
know, only whatever you're going to do, cut the grass or whatever. You can only do that for so long. So why not go in the studio and create? And so everyone had the same idea. And come first of the year, all this music, started, flooding the airwaves. So that's what I did. I decided to write some music, and I had it sitting on a shelf. Some of the music, for a minute since the bottom part of the year, and then we all start pushing, everything out for the first of the year.
Did you do a lot of virtual concerts during that time? Because I actually sit on the board of one of our local theaters, and I know that they were doing virtual film festivals, and then of course they were also doing things and are still continuing to do things to try to make sure that folks were being safe, whether that was temperature checks or whether that was the wearing of the mask when those performances were taking place. Because I know last year we did our virtual and like I said, this year it was 1 day virtual and 2 days live. But when we did the completely virtual version last year, the Hamiltons were part of that as well. And I know that you've done some work with Anthony Hamilton, and the Hamiltons are part of the offshoot of his legacy and all of that. But I'm just wondering, what were some of the things that you did in terms of safety precautions, even as you were trying to get out there and do whatever you could performance wise?
I did do one virtual concert. I did it in the studio. It was just me and the engineer. He was actually in a separate room. I was in another room, and it actually did well. I only thought it was going to maybe 50, maybe 100 views, and I got 3,300 views watching. So
Wow.
um, I basically did play tracks to tracks and talked about the pandemic and staying strong, and that we'll get through it. And we are getting through it. So that I did that virtual concert, but it started just really slowing down. You couldn't really do anything, and the precautions of and the 6 feet total distancing. It wasn't a good time even to try to do a virtual concert, and it started getting better. But for me, I only did one, and then I'm actually, if I can just put this in, around about September, I'll be doing a CD release concert to
Okay.
promote the CD. And my initial idea was to do it in June, just an online concert, and to maybe have a few people live. But now it got shifted to September, and we'll have people there live. But I'm going to still see if I can still do online, for the people that are interested in buying the or seeing the performance and getting the CD.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. By the way, and I had another question I was going to ask you, unrelated, but Desiree was saying that jazz has a healing element surrounding it. It's the best medicine, and she was also enjoying your joke, as was a couple of other folks as well. So she was laughing at you, as was Maurice, and of course, definitely Donna Glass was as well. But I think that she was saying that you might not have been lying totally, because she was saying that's another thing about you, that your personality is fabulous, and even when you're joking, you're telling the truth. So we'll have to do a little bit of research and see how much of that was really going on and everything. So, like I said, we'll have to send some of my investigative reporters out to see what was actually happening in that regards. And Jada Exter was saying that it's great to hear from someone that is not only talented but knowledgeable about music and different genres. So definitely
Hey,
glad
hey,
that they were making comments as well. So a lot of folks are coming in and seeing what their thoughts are on LinkedIn and all of that. So definitely appreciate them putting their words in. One of the things that I know my friend Zach, who is that funk musician, talks about is the importance of spirituality and the importance of that kind of connection as well. And I would argue that it doesn't matter what your music is, and you definitely came out of the gospel field. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about the importance of having a spiritual element to whatever you're doing performance wise. Because I would not consider myself overly religious, even though I did have the pleasure this past Sunday of introducing Shirley Caesar at that festival of the Eno and everything. And I think that might have been my first time introducing her. So she definitely took folks to church and definitely had the whole Jesus kind of flavor that Shirley is going to give you. But I personally myself consider myself more of a spiritual person than a religious person. But I do think that it's important for us to have that spiritual element and all of that. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about the importance of spirituality to your music and the importance of it just to your life journey.
So it's extremely important. I my friend, good friend Willie Bradley, he told me, he said his mother, he took his CD, his single, and put it in a Bible, and under the verse was, "You have not because you ask not." And he put a single in there, and the Bible that his mother prayed for him when he was crashing into people's backyards and crashing all of his cars when he was on drugs and living a crazy life. And two of his songs went to number one in the same year.
Wow.
Like, that's amazing. I think you can't, in my opinion, there has to be a sense of spirituality to perform music, especially if it's eclectic. Because if you come in with the wrong spirit and you come in, you know, just playing anything that you want to play, and you can't respect the sensitivity of the music, then spiritually you're not. There's something lacking with it within. The dynamics of performing live, even on a record, but particularly live, everyone on the stage has to be connected so that they sound like one note.
Right.
And if you're lacking in some kind of way, if you don't understand that and you don't know how to respect that, then um, it's something's going to be off. So for me, I absolutely, I've prayed for all this. I prayed for um, my own musicianship to get better, to have a better understanding of the music, and getting on watercolors. I did the same thing. I took that my single and put it in the Bible, and I prayed on it to get on watercolors. And Dave Cooner called me May 5th and said,
Mm.
"You're on watercolors." So it's having being spiritual, like you said. There's a difference between being religious and being spiritual, and I think everyone has to understand that all of this, all of this comes from one source.
Right.
And if you want to assume that you're here alone and that you made it all on your own, then you're sadly mistaken. There is absolutely a reason for all of this, and we're here for a reason. So spirituality is extremely important to me.
No, I definitely agree with you on that. Who are some of the people, both when you were in your early music career, some 30 years ago or so back, but also now, that you consider some of your influences? Because I don't care whether we're in our 50s, 60s, or whether you're a young artist or whatever, we all have our influences, and sometimes they change. So I was just wondering who were some of your early influences, but also some of the people that you consider your modern influences.
Well, I'm 75, so um, that's a joke for Desiree. We were joking about
Right.
that. She said, "Wait a minute, well, how old are you?" I said, "I'm 75." But no, when I was growing up, there was Prince, Hendrix, but there were a lot of artists that I listened to when I was doing uh, fusion jazz. So
Right.
my favorite guitar player, probably of all time, is a guy named Hiram Bullock. He was born in Japan, but he actually grew up here in Baltimore and went to Peabody and some other schools. But an amazing guitar player. Um, Obviously, anybody in the '80s, and well, I'll just say the '80s in terms of when real music was happening. Earth, Wind and Fire, even rock groups like AC/DC and Led Zeppelin. There was still a musical sense behind even all that wall of sound. But for me, anything that showcases real bass, real guitars, real drums, real singing, not the auto tune, but the real singing, I kind of gravitate towards that because these are people that spend hours and hours learning their craft as opposed to, you know, doing it the easy way and then downloading some stuff and then throwing it out there and saying, okay, this is my my thing. Um, I'm gonna. But for the new artists today, I don't know as much as I should, but I have a huge respect for Bruno Mars. I
Okay.
think I think Bruno Mars is a genius. He could, if he wanted to, be in the same vein with everybody else and do um, the easy music, so to speak.
Hmm.
But I've seen his work ethic. I've seen stuff that he does behind the scenes. He's a real singer, and they
Right.
play real instruments, and they throw back. Actually, when Uptown Funk came out, I said, "This is brilliant. This is brilliant." In the middle of all this other stuff, he comes out and does stuff that was done back in the '80s, and it sold like hotcakes. So, ton of respect for people like Bruno Mars and people nowadays that are playing real instruments, that stuff that feels good as opposed to just the little tiny trap beat and the little synthesizer thing on top of it and some words that you can barely understand. Like that to me, shout out to Bruno Mars.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Bruno is a great artist and everything. What do you say to those musicians that do what you just described? Do they sit there and they put out music without maybe understanding the musicianship of what they're doing? Because they kind of like put out some stuff. They might even put in some jazz riffs or some other kind of riffs and not even give the due to the artist that they are sampling from. Because I've seen that, and then you hear interviews with some of these folks, and they don't even realize that they might have sampled some of the jazz legends and some of the other legends in some of the various genres, whether it's jazz, whether it's blues, whether it's rock or whatever. But I'm just wondering, and you do hear some of those musicians that are kind of going through the motions in my mind. They're not necessarily giving us a full concert. And I've even been to concerts where you can even tell they're going through the motions at the concert. Because I love going to a concert, and I imagine that that's the kind of concert that you give, and I'm hoping to see it in person very soon and everything. But they can tell that you are engaged in the audience. But I've also gone to concerts, and you can tell that for lack of a better term, the artists are mailing it in and everything along those lines. So I was just wondering your thoughts when you've seen those kind of concerts, and also what message would you give to those folks that are sampling from our legends but aren't necessarily acknowledging the legends that they are sampling from?
Okay, so in terms of this is a story I heard Prince say years ago when he was working with The Time, and everyone knows that he produced The Time. He wrote most of the music for them, and he got them into not only um, being on the CD or whatever capacity, but he really worked their live shows.
Right.
Jimmy Jam tells the story of how he was telling Prince, like, man, I don't want to do all that. That's ridiculous. And he says, no, we got to do it. He said, it's got to be better than the CD. So
Right.
a bass line that's in the CD on the track, and he would get Jimmy Jam to play the bass line with him. And it's like, why we got to do it? He said, it's got to be better. It's got to be better live. Everything's got to be bigger and live. And so they got to the point where they were able to do all these steps and still play the music. Jimmy Jam said that by the time, like 5 or 6 weeks later, he was able to do a step, a split, play the keys, pull out his handkerchief, wipe it, and put it back in and keep it rolling. Because that's how much they rehearsed, how much they wanted to get the show to look a certain way as well as the musicianship. In terms of sampling, my son is the perfect meter. He's 23 now, but years ago when he first started getting into sampling and writing and putting things together in the studio, we were listening in the car, and he would let me hear the track, and I was like, I know that song. It's Parliament Funkadelic. And then I would pull up the original one, and he would listen to it. He would go. So it was always fun for me for him to. It would just be the laughing, the running joke to hear a song that he think is hot, but it's really something that was done years ago. So I don't know. I think people, they sample the old music because the old music is what felt good. It today's world is about digital, but back then they were using analog instruments and recording devices. It felt warmer. It felt better. So I think that's probably why they gravitate towards the older music. It just had a different feel to it.
No, I definitely agree. It has a different feel. One of the things that I was curious as to how you worked it out. I don't know if all your musicians are in the same area where you are, but I do remember that I've had some musicians that are scattered around, and they were trying to get their music recorded and performed in this kind of virtual space. And some of them weren't as comfortable doing it that way because, like I said, they might be perfectionists or they might have a certain way that they wanted to do things. So I was wondering, what kind of advice would you give to folks that are trying to produce music where the artist might be in different locations? I know that a lot of things can be done through the internet and through computers and things of that nature, but you do have some artists that are very much they have a certain way that they want it to be, and they want it to be a certain level, kind of like you were talking about with Prince and some of the other folks that you've had the pleasure of either working with or knowing about and everything of that nature. So what are some of the ways that you would encourage musicians that might be scattered? Because like I said, we know that with the whole pandemic, some of the musicians got scattered and they weren't always in the same location.
Yeah. Like when I was producing the CD, a lot of times we would FaceTime or do some kind of Zoom recording so that we can record real time. And because it's always better to be in the same room when you're recording. But obviously because of the pandemic, you had to do it a different way. And just want to still kind of get the body language and the feel of what you're trying to do, because you can email it and text it like, I want you to do this, I want you to do that, but it's better to be to have that connection, to do that. And I've seen people do Zoom where they have the screen split like the Brady Bunch, and they move
Right.
the room, and they're playing along, to a track, um, and that's cool, But there's nothing like everyone being in the same room.
No, I definitely agree with you on that. What are some of the things you're there in the Baltimore, D.C. area? What are some of the things that you wish more people knew about that area musically? Because I know a lot of times when people think of music hotbeds, they definitely think, I mean, like I said, North Carolina is definitely starting to get some reputation in parts of the state and everything, but they definitely think of the big cities like New York, Atlanta, Miami, LA, places like that. And I don't know that we give enough due respect to the great music that comes out of that area of DC and Maryland. I mean, Chuck Shaw created a whole musical style in the sense of go-go and things of that nature. But I was just wondering, what are some of the things that you wish more people knew about the Maryland, DC music scene, and particularly the jazz scene?
So we there's a lot of I know, just out of the DMV, from what I can think of, there's a lot of musicians that are. There's David Dyson, who plays bass for Pieces of a Dream. There's Corey Baker. Uh, Corey probably lives about 10 minutes from here. He plays bass for Gerald Albright. Um, there's a ton of Spur of the Moment over in DC. They're usually the house band for the Capitol Jazz Cruise. It's a ton of talent here in this area, but a lot of people may not realize this, but in this area you can make a living as a musician because there's so much work.
Right.
Whether it's local or whether it's national, that's what I've been doing. I've been a full-time musician for about 9 years, and you can do that. It's hard. I've heard my friends in New York and California, and particularly out west, they still have to have day jobs because it takes them sometimes forever, 2 to 3 hours just to get to a job or to a gig, and it may pay $100. So in this area, you can survive as a musician, and I'm very fortunate to be in this area. Otherwise, I'd be doing exotic dancing. So
Understood. And that might be his next career and everything. Either that or he'll go on to a cruise and everything. So he might be appearing later on at a cruise ship near you as an exotic dancer
near
and
you.
things along those lines. So that's what he's apparently trying to push in as his third career and everything. So it seems like this is what we're going to have as the new career going on. So we're just
No, you
waiting
got
for
to do
that
what you got to
career
do.
to branch off and folks to have that happen. So we know that that's coming your way soon.
You got to do what you got to do.
You got to do what you got to do. But you did bring up a good point, and I was curious your thoughts about that. Do you feel that, in general, when you are talking to musicians, young musicians, do you recommend that they try to go into the music field full time and concentrate on just being a musician, or do you feel that they are almost mandated that they have to have a side gig, whatever you want to call it, whether that's a hustle gig, like a side hustle gig like DoorDash or Grubhub or Uber, Lyft, or a number of other kind of things like that? Or do you feel that they should, and maybe even working at a restaurant? You know, that's the stereotype of the musician and the actor. Or do you feel that they can actually make it as a musician? So when you're talking to young up and coming musicians, what do you suggest that they do? Do you suggest that they get a day job, or do you go full force into trying to pursue your trade?
So I remember when I was 13 and I did this gig with my friend Scott, and we played Never Too Much. And it was this, we played the same thing over and over again. Bam, 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 bam. It was horrible. And my father said, he took me home. He said, don't forget, don't quit your day job. And I think at the time, I think I was delivering newspapers or something like that. I think it would behoove every musician, until you get to the point where you can be full time. You have to have a day job. I did IT actually for like 16 years, and um, when the opportunity came for me to do it full time, I did, and it wasn't easy, but it worked out, and it's been an amazing journey to do it, this way. But it will behoove you to keep your job, your hustle, because if if you now there's some people that's extremely talented. They just from the very back. I mean, from the very beginning, somebody sees it, they love it, they give them a record deal, bam, they're gone. That's great.
Right.
Some of us, we need to have our side hustles to go side and side. You got your gigs here, and you got your job over here, and you're making them both work.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. By the way, Maurice Carroll was saying that there's a lot of you who travel and play with more popular artists. We just don't get the recognition publicly, and I've definitely seen that as well. And Desiree was looking at your new career, so Desiree was saying that we need to stop it, and I'll agree with her that we need to stop it. And Donna was saying that she would pay to see it. So Donna apparently is ready for you to start your new career and all of that. So looks like some of your friends are ready for you to start your brand new career and all of that. So the other thing, I've got a good friend of mine, and actually he'll be doing it later on this evening. But can you talk in your mind the importance of open mics? Because I know that my friend Brett has one of the longest running ones here in this region, and everything has been going on at a number of venues and everything. Right now, it's at the Blue Note Grill, which is a popular New Orleans style eatery and everything. But he's probably been going on for, I want to say, close to 20 or 25 years, and he's a professor at North Carolina Central University. But I'd love to hear your thoughts about the importance of having those kind of venues where you get a chance to be exposed. But I've even seen great veterans come in there as well, because Chip Sharon, who of course was the person that did the bass line for one of the rap hits and everything, and he's played with Pieces of a Dream. He's popped in there. Aaron Mills, who's definitely played with Cameo, has popped in there as well, and others that are well known. Jazz McKelly, who's performed with Wycliffe, and others have popped in that are here from this region. So it's not just amateurs that are playing, and not just the college kids. It's people of all sorts that are coming into this long-running open mic. So I was just wondering your thoughts about the importance of those kind of things, because I know that they exist there in DC as well. I remember when I was dating a young lady up there, and we stopped by one of the wharf venues because I think she was getting her degree from Bowie, if I remember correctly. And I remember us stopping by, and there were some people that were doing something similar. So I was just wondering your thoughts about the importance of that.
Yeah, I'm actually part of an open mic series here in Baltimore. It's called Acoustic Thursdays, and acoustic is the guitar, and we bring in local and national touring artists to feature, and we've been doing it for 13 years every Thursday. And since the pandemic, we went once a month, and now we're the first and third Sunday. Shout out to Mark Evans, Irv Madden, Chuck Maddox over at Acoustic Thursday, and shout out to Aaron Mills. He's such a wicked bass player for
Oh,
Oh my God! But in my opinion, the open mic is the perfect platform. Whether you're doing spoken word, whether you're singing, emceeing, poetry, whatever, it's the perfect platform for you to perfect your craft, because
right.
you can come every week with another poem or another song, and if you're in the right venue, they'll appreciate everything you do. Even if you bomb, you're still working on your craft. I've seen people, there's no reason they should be up there in the first place, and then years later they're amazing. They took off. So actually, my first CD, Stories in Color, I grabbed a lot of the singers that used to come through, and they're on my CD. Jarrell Johnson, who sung "No One Like You," is on my CD. Nia Johnson, who did the poetry on "Beautifully Brown," is on there. And these are all artists that came through the open mic. So the open mic is, in my opinion, is extremely important. It's kind of like a jam session where you can just kind of jump in and do your thing and maybe watch some other people, but it's definitely a great way to grow and to get exposure.
No, I agree with you on that. I do have to share something that I think you'll get a big kick out of, and everything along that line. But I do remember some friends of mine do the poetry kind of competitions as well, and they do that at one of my venues that I'm part of, the Hayti Heritage Center, which is one of the longest running, and definitely has some rich history. It's probably over 100 years old and everything. African American Cultural Center, but they have their poetry slams and their poetry jams and everything that they do on a regular basis. But I remember at one of these poetry slams, a young lady came and she was going to do her poem, and not this particular poem that she decided to do, but there's a time and a place for everything, and I think that you would agree with that as well.
Sure,
And
sure.
she decided that, you know, a lot of times at poetry jams there are also time limits, so you have a certain amount of time that you're supposed to do your poem in, and she decided that she was going to do a very classic religious piece, and I agree that it is a classic, but you don't want to do the Song of Solomon as part of the poetry slam, and that's actually what she did. She actually recited pretty much the whole entirety of the
Wow.
Song of Solomon. Needless to say, I want to say her final score was like maybe a 2 because of the time penalty of nothing else. Because, like I said, she decided, and maybe she had this religious moment that she wanted to share this with everybody. But I do remember this was several years back. It might have been 3 or 4 years ago that she literally decided that she was going to recite the Song of Solomon as her poetry piece. So, like I said, it didn't go over all that well because, like I said, you know, oftentimes those penalties are anywhere. I think the minimum is like around 3 minutes. There are some that might be 5 minutes, and I know that there are some that are definitely shorter, like a minute. But I won't say that this was the standard one, which is 3 minutes. And if you can just pick up your Bible and grab the Song of Solomon, you know that that's probably going to take at
Oh,
least
yeah,
a piece.
yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
And Malcolm was saying that he has seen people crash and burn on a lot of open mics, and that was definitely a case of somebody crashing and burning and all of that. So, like I
Right.
said, I was just amazed. Was working the front desk at that particular time, and I was just amazed that they even chose that particular piece and everything along those lines, because that is not a one is not an easy piece, and one is definitely a long piece as well. I can't even remember if she got all the way through. They might have cut her off at some point, but whatever it was, I do remember the score was like a 2 or a 3 because she had way too much of a time penalty, because they will deduct you for those time penalties in those kind of poem kind of competitions. So it was truly crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Some people just, they don't they get lost in the time. They don't realize how long they're going. But yeah, the Book of Solomon, that's a pretty long piece.
Yeah, definitely a long piece and all of that. What are some of the craziest things that you've seen in your own performances that you wouldn't mind sharing with our audience, either that you did yourself or that you were part of? Because I know that as a person that's done festivals, well, one of the things I was going to say is that sometimes if you're part of the festival and if you're part of the organizing committee, we don't always see what's going on. Because I know that there are a couple of times that people would be telling me about amazing things that happen, and I'm going like, you know, if it wasn't happening on the radio or I was not directly involved, I might not know about it until either my younger brother or other people told me about it. Now, there were some cases, like I remember one of the Blues Brothers came to the meeting, the famous ones, the Belushi and Aykroyd, and I can't remember which one it was. I think it was Belushi, but they were at the Rice Diet here. So I do remember that being surfaced around the radio. So that I saw and was aware of. And the same thing when Danny Glover came to meet Bobby Blue Bland, because Danny Glover is a big fan of blues. So they actually came to meet them and they're friends of each other. So those I remember. And I also remember one of our great R&B singers, the Delphonics, and how they wanted to go see not the older gentleman that's the leader of the band, because he's definitely more conservative, but some of the other members wanted to go visit a certain kind of venue, and it kind of comes back to your joke. So they wanted to visit that venue and were taken to that venue. And I remember when they came back, they were saying that they had way too much fun. We'll just leave it at that.
See, that's right. See, um, yeah, I've seen a few things. I remember doing the Syracuse Jazz Festival, and we went from Baltimore to New York, and on the way there, someone had the brilliant idea of stopping by Sonic's to get something to eat, and so the food from Sonic's it was the first and probably last time we've been there, but it's that food there is like a nuclear laxative. You can't play around with that stuff. So we ate it, and then when we're there, everybody's like, oh, something's not right." So we get there, and I'm not going to say who she was, but we get there, and we're wearing all white.
Oh, wow.
And then she gets sick right before we go on, and we're sitting in the green room, and then they call out our name, and we're getting ready to go on, and she's like, "I can't do it. I can't do it." and she was messed up, and it was just a running joke for that entire time about going to Sonics. To this day, when I see her, I was like, "Come on, let's go get a shake from some Sonics." She's like,
She's looking at you like, no, that's not going to happen. I don't want that to happen. Um, I know that one of the shows that I have the pleasure of putting here on LinkedIn Live, if you get LinkedIn Live, they let you basically create a channel. So Coco McMillan airs on my channel, and she was one of Gerald Levert's background vocalists, and she's here in our Triangle area and everything. So she'll actually be on tomorrow. But I know that one of the things she talked about was the need for artists to know different style. So like that for the background vocalist to also know the lead vocalist, and for them, if possible, to know the even some of the instrumentation if they can play an instrument. I mean, if you can't play it, then you can't play it. But if you can play it, to know it. And she also talked about even how apparently Gerald and some of the other people encourage their folks to even help out the crew if they can. And so she was even sharing how she would sometimes after a show help wrap up chords and do some of the things that our technical people do at shows and all of that. So I was wondering, as a musician, what do you think it is? What do you think the importance is of knowing not just different genres, but different jobs and styles within your own band? And do you actually get involved if you're at a show in helping wrap up the chords and things of that nature? I know that even as an MC, I've done my share of work in that regards as well. But I'd love to hear your thoughts about that.
well, from the musical end, one of the things I've cut my teeth with for I don't know, maybe 20 years is that I've been a music director. And so my job as a music director is not only to know my job, but I need to know the singers' vocal parts and the musicians' part. So I'm constantly listening to making sure everybody's playing that right stuff. And if they're not, we stop, we fix it, and we keep it going. Um, uh, Years ago, I used to be in this band, and we all did everything. We set everybody's equipment up together, and we broke down together all the chords, all the drums, all the keyboards, everything. So, um, but we as a result, we all started. We grew stronger, and it was a tight band because of that. And I know most singers, they feel they should just show up, sing, and that's it. Maybe bring a mic, but in
Right.
terms of breaking down equipment, that's not the norm. But I can appreciate that she would want to do that because she needs to learn and appreciate the fact that there's a lot of work that goes into making the stage look a certain way, have the equipment sounding a certain way, and you won't know that if you just show up 10 minutes before sound check, you sing, and then you sing for the show, and that's it. So I think that's, I mean, for that level. Then, of course, you go to some situations, festival wise, and of course, everything's set up, hours ahead of time, so you got no choice but to just show up and perform.
Yeah, that's very much true and everything. One of the other things, I grew up in a small rural town. My parents had the fortune of starting a rural radio station, not connected with the college. A lot of times the jazz stations are connected with colleges, but they were big fans of straight ahead jazz. And our one of our major state jazz stations was closing down at the time. Central was a long way from anybody's imagination at the time because it has a good jazz station now, but at the time it was nowhere near even in anybody's thought pattern and everything. So they created this in like the late 70s until like the mid to late 80s and everything. But definitely they wanted that because they felt that there was not enough jazz in the community and not enough people talking about issues within the African American, Native American, and other cultures and all of that. I bring that up because one of the things is that it was in a small rural town, Warrenton, North Carolina. So I remember a couple of times we brought in artists and people did not believe that the artist was coming because it's a small town. So even though you might rent the high school or you might rent whatever, folks are not going to necessarily believe that, say, a Cameo or a GQ or an Atlantic Star is actually going to be appearing and all of that. So as a longtime musician, I was wondering if you've ever had that experience where you've gone into a town that was much smaller than you expected, and also then maybe the audience wasn't what you were expecting because they were not believing that somebody was going to come into that size venue. Because a lot of times we know artists are usually going to the bigger cities, like in here in North Carolina, you'd be going to Charlotte, Greensboro, Raleigh to some degree, and even Durham, even though Durham is a smaller town than Raleigh, and definitely Winston-Salem and places like that. But definitely, you wouldn't be coming to Warrenton, which is a small rural town. But I was just wondering if you ever had those kind of experiences and if you can share those experiences.
So I have a friend of mine, Scott, told me he's in California. He's originally from Baltimore, but he lives in California. And he's one of those musicians that travels to 2.5 hours just to get to a gig, and it's paying very little money. A lot of small clubs out there, and he said that in any given day you'll see Shaka Khan, you'll see you'll see anybody performing in these little places. Um, I think uh, if you throw the ego out of the way, um, it's all relevant. Whether you perform at a small venue or a big venue, it's all the same. I saw this meme one time that said, um, if you and I'm paraphrasing, but basically it was a kid performing in front of this animal, and the animal looked like it was clapping, and it said, if you can just reach one, then that's all that matters. And I think for us as musicians, we're, as I said earlier, we're trying to sound like one note, but we're also hopefully one person can appreciate what we're doing. So a lot of times it may not necessarily be the size of the venue. Honestly, there's a lot of times where the smaller venues can be more intimidating than the big venue because it's so huge when you're doing stadiums and festivals, and you can't really see anyone's faces. But when you're doing the smaller venues, they're right there in your face, so it can be a little intimidating. But honestly, it doesn't matter to me what size the venue.
No, I definitely agree with you. And sometimes they can find some of the most amazing performances at those small venues and the venues that you least expect them to be at. So I do agree
Oh
that
yeah.
sometimes we have to be looking at things and just kind of like researching and double checking, because sometimes folks don't believe that folks are going to be appearing there because they've got this mindset that the folks are going to be only appearing at the venues and all of that. I know you've been doing this music for a number of years and a long career and an illustrious career, performed with some greats and everything. But if somebody was to ask you 5 to 10 years from now where Kevin hopes to be, where would that be? And where do you hope that your musical journey continues to take you? Because, like I said, you've had the pleasure of performing with some truly amazing legends and all of that. So I would love to hear your thoughts about where you would like the music to take you, and also maybe some of the lessons that you have learned from the legends that you've performed with, whether that's a Gerald Albright or a Wycliffe, or maybe it's even some other people, that there are some lessons that I'm sure that when you're back there performing with them, whether that's as a musical director, as a fellow musician with them, or even as a lead person in some of these situations, you've had a chance to sit down and have conversations with them. So I'd love to hear some of the lessons that you have already picked up from them, as well as some of the things that you would like to see happen in the near future, let's say 5 to 10 years from now.
Okay. What I learned from some of the musicians that I um, grew up seeing or looking at, and seeing that were considered national artists. We the public, the consumers, we're the ones who makes them the superstars, because they're really just regular people.
Right.
Um, as much as I kid and joke, they're really the same exact way. Um, when I did the gig in Manhattan for Wyclef, the band we soundtracked first, and then we came outside, and Wyclef got off the bus,
Mm.
the mass transit bus, with his guitar. No entourage, no band, no manager, no posse. It was just him. He came up, shook everybody's hand. He said, let's get some pizza. We got some pizza first. Had chow down. We talked about the music. Then we had the sound. Then we did our soundtrack and had a great show. And same thing with Sheila E. Really, really down to earth. Um, I saw her. I did a gig with her in D.C. and then when I played for Ali Silk in New Jersey, and she was on the same bill, and um, when the show was over, everybody went to back to the hotel, and everybody's upstairs, and they came downstairs to hang out in the lobby. And I think so on the bill it was Ali, um, Sheila E, and Big Daddy Kane. So you go downstairs, and everyone's kind of hanging out.
Right.
And when I get off the elevator, Sheila E goes, "Bass player, bass player," and I'm like, "Huh?" I said, You don't remember me, do you? She said, of course, I remember you back in DC when they did that thing for Bill Cosby. She says, I don't just hug anybody. And she's just so down to earth. And a lot of times don't get me wrong, there are some national artists that are arrogant. And that they were probably
Right.
arrogant before they became national artists. So all that just manifests and magnified from what they really are. But to be honest, they're really just honest, hardworking musicians, producers, singers that are just trying to make it just like everybody else. And if they get behind a label and the song does well, and then they follow it up with another project, and it just keeps moving and moving, and then that's what's supposed to do. But to be honest with you, they're all the same. Now, what was the other question? I can't remember.
No, I mean that was it. Oh, the lessons that you learned, but also where you like to be 5 to 10 years from now in your own career. But coming back to what you were saying about before you get to that question,
Hmm.
where you're talking about them being true, down to earth people. I agree. One of the things that I'm regretting that we're not going to have this year because of the pandemic, and there are still some things that have been canceled, and they were already planned to be canceled and everything. But there is a big event in Winston Salem called the National Black Theater Festival, and I've had the pleasure of meeting a lot of those legends that you're talking about. And you're right, some of them are arrogant, but a lot of them were down to earth. I know that anytime that I go there, I run across Mickey Grant, and Mickey Grant is always saying hello and just greeting me and everything along those lines. And the same when Ruby and Ossie were living, they would say hello and be
Yeah.
willing to sit down and just have a regular conversation with you and things of that nature. And even to this day, like I said, I know every year, and I've been going ever since it pretty much started, but at least the last several I'd say at least 10 to 15 years, if not since the beginning. Petrie Bird, who is the bailiff on Judge Judy, he throws one of the big parties, and he would actually find me and be like, "Look, this is where the party's at." 'Cause, the party shifts. It might be upstairs in a one of the hotels. It might be at a nightclub. It might be at some venue or another. But he'd be like, "This is where the party is. I expect you to be there." So it wasn't like a lot of questions that were asked. It was like, you're part of my crew. I expect you to be there. So I know that you're going to be among there, hanging out with us, getting your drink on, getting your food on, getting your flirt on with the young ladies and everything. So I expect you to be there. So it was almost like they expect that. And like you said, and like you mentioned before, there were some that might be a little bit more arrogant than others, but as you put it, they were probably that way before they got their fame and fortune. But those that are truly down to earth are truly down to earth. And a lot of times people were shocked that you know these people because, like I said, I remember when I was living in Winston, folks would come up to me and be like, "How do you know so and so?" And I'm like, "Hey, they put on their pants the same way that you put on yours and
That's
everything
right.
else." So it's just a matter of going and having a conversation with them. And if you got something that y'all are bonding about, whether that's their art form or some issues that y'all might share a common passion about, and y'all have sat there and bonded, or maybe even some business deals, then that's all that they care about. They just want to know, one, if you're a true friend, and two, if you might have something in common with them, whatever that commonality is and everything. So a lot of times folks are shocked that you even know these people. And I'm sure you even get that same thing when you tell people that you know Wycliffe, and particularly when you tell them that Wycliffe came off of a mass transit bus. So not even like drove in or anything. He was in
Yeah.
New York jumping in off of the mass transit.
That's right. That's right. That's right. So 5 to 10 years from now, I'd like to um, probably get more on the producing end and helping out younger artists to have opportunities that I wish I did when I was coming up. But kind of help some younger guys, to get their start and for a fee, of course. No, I'm just joking. But no, to help different people try to make it, try to help with their performance, help with their writing and their production and probably just settle into writing and producing and just throwing it out there and hopefully getting something back from it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What advice would you give to people that wanted to get into the music business, particularly those young people that you're talking about that you would like to teach and everything? We kind of alluded that they know that they need to know the business side of show business. But what other advice would you give to folks that are trying to break into both music as well as just entertainment in general?
If you're really serious about the music entertainment business, yes, definitely learn the business part of it. But if you're playing your instrument and it just doesn't quite sound right, or you're frustrated the way that it sounds, you're supposed to. you're supposed to be frustrated because you want to get better, and the better you get, the better your opportunities. There are a ton of amazing musicians and artists out that did not sound well for
Right.
years when they first started, and they just kept going at it, and they kept getting beat down. I remember when I thought I was really good, I went to the music stores, and I had my opportunities when people would surround me and watching what I'm doing, like, wow, dude, you're really great. And then I would see some kid, blazing. Like next time I go to the music store and I see some guy, blazing over the guitar, I'm like, okay, I got some work to do. So there's always room to grow, to get better, and um, you just have to keep going. If you ever get to the point where for younger musicians or someone just starting, don't give up. Just keep going, because you never know what's going to develop from your not giving up. So that's the advice I would give.
No, definitely. And I think that that's some great advice. And a lot of times folks are too eager to give up and things of that nature. And like I mentioned earlier, I sometimes think that folks are not encouraged enough as well. So if you were talking to a young musician's parents or even some of their guardians, what kind of advice would you give them in order to encourage their people as well as some of the older musicians? Because I sometimes think that we don't do enough good enough job of supporting our older musicians as well.
So for the parents, I would say, if you find out that your son wants to play drums, and he has an interest for drums, uh, cultivate that. You should cultivate that to the point where you get him his first pair of drums, you get him a music teacher, um, and you just kind of hone in on, because it'll develop like that. Like over you you will be surprised at how talented these young musicians are. Part of it is YouTube, because it tells you, there's always somebody say you do a paradiddle this way, ba, da, ba, da, ba, da, ba. And when I was growing up, keyboard wise, there was probably a handful of keyboard players that knew how to play Spain.
Mhm.
These kids nowadays, everybody can play Spain with their eyes closed. Ba, ba, ba,
Right.
da, 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 da. So it, it's their learning capacity. Like my nephew, I showed him something on the guitar, he picked it up just like that. I mean, complex chords, he picked it up like it was nothing. So they, their capacity to learn is a lot different than what I was seeing when I was growing up. So I would definitely tell parents to cultivate, if they love the tuba, the drums, the anything, just cultivate it, and you'll be surprised how far they go. In terms of older musicians, are you saying older musicians just learning, or older musicians that have been around for a while?
And I was actually thinking about those that have been around for a while.
Yeah, some of us, may probably still need to have, our ego stroke, because sometimes it can be a little stagnant, and some maybe, like arrogant. You're like, I don't need it. I know who I am. I'm the king. I'm the queen. You don't need to tell me anything. But I think for the most part, we're all in here. We're all in this together, and encouragement to whether you're younger or you're older is always accepted. In my opinion, it should be always
Right.
accepted. It helps you grow, and you'll always remember that. So, like, I know for one of the biggest things in the music business is about networking, because you can be a full-time musician just from your capacity to engage with another person.
Hmm.
So you might have a musician who's unbelievably talented, but they might be arrogant, and then you might have someone who um, is mediocre, but they're a great role player. They show up on time. They wear the right clothes. They look the part. They do everything right. Those are the people that get the gigs. They keep moving and keep they have longevity in the game. So um, if anything, the biggest advice I would say is definitely show up on time, do your part, play your notes correctly, and you will always get work.
No, that makes a lot of sense. One of the other things that I know has happened in the blues world, but I've seen it even happen in other musical worlds as well, is that too often our musicians don't get the kind of support they need after they have left the musical field. And we know that a lot of times there's that tale of the musicians that definitely made success in the jazz world and the blues world, and I would even argue the R&B and rock world, that unfortunately, were paupers for pretty much at the time that their career ended. And then there were some people that came in and helped them with everything from rental assistance to food to housing to a number of other things. And I've even heard there being some efforts to get even kind of like some musical foundations that will help people after they retire from music, because there isn't really a retirement plan per se for musicians and things of that nature. So I was just wondering some of your thoughts about some of these efforts. Unfortunately, some of the people that have led some of these efforts are doing it for exploitive reasons, and I'll just leave it at that and everything. But I do think that there are some people that are sincere about the desire to create musical retirement plans and to create these kind of communities for folks to actually be taken care of after they retire if they were musicians. And I would argue the same thing for artists and for actors and film people and things of that nature. But I was just wondering, as one that is, I mean, I'm in my late 50s, so I'm not exactly a spring chicken either, but I was just wondering for what your thoughts are about these efforts, and is there a need for such efforts?
No, I think if an artist, he puts in, or he or she puts in, 30, 40 years of their life, and um, they recorded, tons of CDs, and people appreciate it all over the world. And what's always going to happen, no matter what genre it is, that there's always going to be somebody new and young
Right.
that record companies, labels are going to cultivate to be the next rising star. So you can be amazing. You can have this long career, but eventually your price tag is going to come down, and you're not going to get as many gigs as you would when you were the hot new young star. And when the hot new young star comes in, they're going to give them all the opportunities and all the accolades and all the put them in the right position for them to do well. Because the better they do, the better the record company does, and it's all revolving. Um, and Desiree can attest to this. Gerald Albright is one of the few musicians that's probably had an amazing career, and to this day, he'll take up just a four-piece band and still sound amazing. Like to me, he has one of the best shows at eight. You can see bands with like eight or nine pieces, and he'll take a four-piece and kill. So, um, but no, in terms of a retirement plan, no, we don't have one. But hopefully, you will do the right things with your money as you go along, and have some kind of funding, available for you when you retire, because you can't, if you can be in your 70s and 80s and still performing and getting um, and getting those kind of gigs that pay that well, then that's awesome. But if that's not happening, then you need. It would be great to have somebody kind of take care of you after 40 some years of performing. Yeah, I would say so. That's an actually amazing thing.
No, I hear you. And actually, Donna Glass was saying that as a former Social Security employee, her heart is sad that there is no retirement system for retired musical artists. And that's actually one of the things that I would agree with her on that, that I wish that there was some sort of retirement system for retired artists in general, not just musical artists, but retired artists in general. What are some of your thoughts about, because I know that sometimes people also complain about ticket prices, and definitely, I mean, we're fortunate to have a lovely venue here, the DPAC, the Durham Performing Arts Center. Is actually considered one of the top ones in the country for its size and all of that. And I want to say that it's in the 2,000 seat or 2,500 seat range and everything along those lines. But you do sometimes hear people complaining about ticket prices and feeling that they are too big. I've always been one of those people that, the market determines what the prices are and all of that. But you do hear sometimes our fans complaining about ticket prices, even when they go to a smooth jazz concert or any kind of concert. So I was just wondering your answer to the folks that are complaining about the rise in ticket prices that are existing now as well.
Well, from the business side of it, I'm looking from the business side of it. I can't complain about it, because when the tickets are, say, like for the lake, for instance, the Lake Arbor is 75 to 95. Depending on the artist, it can go from 75 to 105. Um, some of those funds kind of takes care of the artist.
Right.
So the higher the ticket price, then the promoter can kind of keep doing show after show after show. And obviously they have to make their money. The artist makes their money. The venue, has to make their money. But I remember Prince. I think he did a concert one time, and he made the tickets like $25 or $30. Just to make it fair for everyone, to come to the show. But and then on the other hand, I remember years ago when Sade came out of retirement, and her tickets were $200. And what? That's ridiculous. But on the other side of it, you got people like Bruno Mars and Beyonce. Their tickets are $1,000, and people are paying $1,000 to see that. So it's kind of relevant. Like you have these stars that people paying $1,000 for, and then you got the low end really of smooth jazz artists and people paying between 70 to 95 to $105 to go see. But it's not so much. I think it all depends on the sponsorship too, because if you have sponsors to take care of all the expenses, then in my opinion, I agree with what some of the consumers are saying. You can keep the cost down, but if you're using that money to pay for it, if you're living and dying by the ticket sale, those ticket prices have to be up.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I remember the other thing that Prince did when he was living is that he would sometimes do the big high price ticket sale and everything at whatever the venue was, but then he would come into a club or some other venue unannounced and make like a special appearance that was basically, if not free, it was very much discounted. And in some cases it was totally free because he was making these kind of like unannounced appearances so that he could give those people that weren't able to afford the high prices a show as well. But like I said, it is my understanding from folks that have worked with him that they were like unannounced and you never knew where it was going to happen and things along that line. And he would just pop up in the venue and give like a spontaneous performance.
Yeah. Prince was an unbelievable person. He knew how to surprise people. He knew everything between the business to the performance. If anybody ever wants to look to see how it's done, just look at Prince. He did it the right way.
No, I think he definitely did the right way. I even like the way that he even did some of that early social media kind of releases because he was one of the first ones that kind of like did releases that were away from the record label way of doing things historically. So he would do like some kind of alternative releases that were using social media and other things. And he was definitely an early pioneer in that and definitely was breaking away from the more corporate record labels and all of that. So he definitely had a strategy and a plan. Some people may argue that that's part of the reason that he's not here as well, because I do know some people that have some of those conspiracy theories, including like some of the things with Bill Cosby. So like I said, that's for other folks to decide if that's the case or not the case and everything, because I don't have the facts. So since I don't have the facts, I'm not going to speculate one way or the other, but I have heard people speculating about those situations, including Prince's and Michael Jackson's demise, and also some of the court battles that Bill Cosby and others have gone through. So, like I said, I've heard all of those theories, but I'll let the court of time determine which side is right or not right in that regards and everything. And you're talking about older artists. I was going to mention one that I have a great deal of respect for, and he might be pushing near 80 because I know he's definitely in his 70s. But if you have never seen Buddy Guy perform, he is still truly amazing and still will give you like a full show. I've never seen somebody, at least the last time I saw him, that was still like almost running around the stage and everything. And you're going like, if anybody has discovered the Fountain of Youth, I think Mr. Guy has discovered it and everything. There might be a couple of others, like some people might argue that Mick Jagger and some of the others have discovered it as well. But definitely Buddy Guy is still out there traveling and performing and giving a dynamic performance even to this day and everything. So who are some of the legends of any music that have still like you consider to be the true legends that you look up to? Like I said, you mentioned Hendrix, but Hendrix has passed on. But who are some of the living legends that you love?
Oh, certainly the Isley Brothers, Earth, Wind, and Fire. When I saw that verses, I was at home. On the gospel side, they're probably my biggest influencers is Commission. A lot of people know that Fred Hammond. They know who Fred Hammond and Marvin Sapp is, but they don't know
Right.
that they came from Commission. And Commission was like that. That was it for me. They did everything. They were like Earth, Wind, and Fire music with Take Six vocals, and they were the best in my opinion. But I mean, certainly all the funk bands from the '90s. I mean, I'm sorry, the '80s. I'm drawing a blank, but I was, I was influenced by the '70s and '80s a lot in terms because that's the music I grew up playing, and so whether it was rock or whether it was R&B or anything, that's the root for me of where the basis of where I come from.
No, that makes sense. I know that one of the things I even saw to some degree this past Sunday when I saw Shirley Caesar perform and everything. But sometimes you see those legends, and particularly those legends that have been here forever 30, 40, 50 years. And when you see them, they are very subdued, very quiet, maybe in that typical, older uncle, older aunt, grandparent kind of vibe and everything in terms of their personality. But as soon as they hit the stage, it's like the spark plug is turned on because definitely I saw that with Shirley. She was sitting there. It was in a outside state park, so she was in like the area where the food was, and there were like some park benches, and you just sitting there chilling and talking about to her band Entourage and to her band and Entourage and everything. But very much that quiet environment. But as soon as she got on that stage, she was moving and shaking like she was back in her youth days and everything. So it's just really fascinating seeing some of these folks that, they are able to get that spark as soon as they hit the stage, even if they might be in a very quiet mode before they hit the stage. So I was wondering if you had some of those incidences either with yourself or with performers that you've seen perform like that. And I'd love to hear some of your stories like that.
That's kind of like my thing. I may laugh and joke and be goofy, but I'm really a quiet person. And so one of the things I've always heard is that I'm a gentle or quiet giant or something like that because when I get on stage it's another animal. That's kind of like where I feel the most alive at. So I think most artists they tend to come alive on stage because between the energy of the audience and the band and the feel of everything, you perk you perk right up. When I was with a group called the Singing Disciples, the gospel band, they we it was a ball, performing with them, and you get off the bus and you're signing records and cassettes, and you get on board to you do your sound check and you're getting ready to perform. But I will tell you, nobody wanted to follow Shirley Caesar. Because
No.
once after you finish singing, it's a wrap. It's like I feel sorry for anybody that comes on after her. It's a wrap.
No, I agree with you, and I actually felt sorry because she was not the last act at the. There was actually the good thing was there was like a contrast thing, but there was a young group called Dream Root, and they are actually fairly new in the jazz world. They are students of North Carolina Central University. At least a couple of them are, and some of them had gone to like Oberlin and some of the other music schools. But they are probably in their, if I was to guess, ages probably mid-20s, maybe late at the latest age and everything. And definitely you're sitting there going like, wait a minute, you've got to follow this. But if the good thing is it was a different style of music and they did seem to hold their own. And it might have helped that I introduced them as making that contrast. Because what I said is that we have seen a living legend and that these are kind of the new people that are coming up. So it kind of created that contrast. So folks were expecting that they were not going to get as high in energy, because I have also seen cases where performers have been blown away by their act ahead of them and everything. Because I want to say that it might have been when Odetta performed. Odetta is a very mild performer in terms of her style, because it's very much of that folk style. And I want to say that it was somebody that was like a more high energy blues artist. I don't think it was Bobby Rush, but it was probably somebody in that same category. So I just remember that this was decades ago, but I did kind of feel sorry because she was the considered headliner act and she was very mellow. And there was an act that was more high energy that came before her. And you could just see that some of the people were like, they had had enough. It was a outside concert. The concert starts at like around 6 at that time, and I think it ended like around 11 or something like that. But I could see that as Odetta got into her folk set, definitely the hardcore Odetta fans were there for her, but a lot of the other fans, they had got their high energy show, had got their dance on, and they were ready to bounce.
Yeah. That's the unfortunate part when you have a lot of bands on one show.
Yeah, that's the disadvantage and everything. By the way, Desiree was saying that a great way to describe their style and sound, and she also said it can be intimidating for some artists to go on after certain performers, and I can agree with you on that. Was there ever a performer that you performed with that you were sitting there even nervous before you got on before them or even after them? So were there any cases of performers that were in that kind of regard for you, where you were sitting there going like, you wait a minute, you mean I've got to follow this, or I've got to be ahead of this?
And anybody would tell you I am probably the least arrogant person in the world, but I'm not. So this doesn't come from a place of arrogance, but I'm always enjoying whoever I'm performing with. Like we have such a good time before we go on that when we get on, we're just having a good time. So I never felt that intimidating part of, we got to give our best because somebody just smashed before us. I don't know. I'm always having a good time with the people that I'm with.
No, it sounds like a truly good time that you have. And by the way, before you get out of here, and I have the one question I ask all of my artists and everything, and then I've got a couple of things that we do in terms of our we have a thing that we call the mystery guest segment, where I bring up clues about folks that are watching are supposed to guess who they are. And actually, a couple of them we've mentioned during the course of this interview, at least one or two of them. And I know that I mentioned them on Brian's show. But I was going to bring up, before we get to that part, and you don't have to stick around for that part, I was going to bring up a clip of your Elevation. So I'm going to try to do the shared screen. I know I did that with the other artist that Desiree gave me as well, which is Mr. Gordon, if I'm remembering correctly, and all of that, Glenn Gordon. But I'm going to try to bring up this particular clip from Elevation. So I've got to make sure that I do the share audio, because the one thing you don't want to do is to share something and then folks be like, hey, we don't hear Jack. So we want to make sure that they at least hear the music and all of that. So let me make sure that it is pulling up and all of that. So like I said, sometimes you got to do it more than once, because that's the great thing about virtual media and everything, is that sometimes it's got to go and be done a couple of times in order for it to actually work. So we're going to go and try it one more time and all of that. But while I'm getting it together, if you want to share a little bit about Elevation, because that's what I'm going to pull up. It looks like you've got a gentleman named Judah Silly that is performing with you on this number. So if you want to share a little bit about Elevation while I try to get it to come up, this is definitely your time to do that.
Yeah. I had this idea for these two chords. I think it was A flat suspended and a B flat minor 7, and I heard this melody in between. And when I first decided to make the CD, I said, well, I need to write pedigree on it. So I went with, I called Greg Manning up and I told him about my idea, and he said, sure, let's roll with it. And at first I was going to have flute on it. And when we finished the track, he said, I really hear sax on this. He said, you should get a sax player on it. And one thing led to another, and we got Judah Sealy on it. And he did an amazing job on it. Shout out to Judah Sealy. He's an unbelievable, not just a sax player, but an unbelievable producer. He plays keys, bass, drums, programming, everything. And it came off really well. And the title, I just thought that we needed something to uplift us during this pandemic, and that's where Elevation came from.
Cool. Well, definitely, as you can see, it's been pulled up, so we're gonna get ready to hit the magic key and we'll check it out. All right. Definitely a great song. Definitely a powerful song. People definitely have enjoyed that. I know I was grooving to it and everything. Pod TV is a international platform. It used to be IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, and they recently changed to Pod TV. But we have audience members from all over. I know that my friend Alexandria May is in South Africa. She's actually a singer-songwriter out of that area and has a show called Alexandria May's Music Cafe. And we've also got Brother Mike from Nigeria, and we've got folks that come in as our panelists from Australia, and even some shows that exist from throughout the globe. That is to say, is there any place that you would like to perform that you haven't had a chance to perform? Because you've been in the game for a while, but is there like a dream venue that you haven't had a chance to go to? Like I said, I know that Alexandria is over there. I think she's in Johannesburg, if I remember correctly. I don't think she's in Pretoria. But definitely, we have folks that are watching from throughout the globe, some in what my friend Brian on his network calls Team Replay, and some on Team Live, meaning they're watching now. But are there any folks or places that in Kevin's dream world he would love to go to, be that a venue and or a part of the world?
I would say I was talking to Adam Hawley a few weeks ago when he was in Cabos, and we were just chopping it up, and he's in Cabos, and it's like, okay, and he's just talking like it's nothing, like he's as if he's home. And everyone that I talked to while they were there said that it's a beautiful place. So I would love to perform there. Um, I performed a lot of great places, but um, where I would love to perform at, it's a tricky question because here in just in the DMV there are a lot of beautiful places. There's the Bethesda Jazz Blues Club. There's Baltimore Soundstage. There's Blues Alley. There's City Winery. There's a bunch of places that kind of mimic the places in different cities. But if I had to pick one, it'd probably be Cabos.
I hear you. I actually had the pleasure. This was decades ago. It's probably when I was after I was in college, so we were thinking probably late '80s and everything. But I remember I went to go see Dexter Gordon in the Blues Alley, and I remember that right across the street. And I do not know the name of the club, and it probably doesn't exist anymore. But right across was a performance space, and in that performance space was Eartha Kitt, because I remember that I was waiting for Dexter Gordon to perform, and Dexter, as a lot of other musicians, they have their kind of nuances and they're kind of like quirks. That's the best way to describe it. So they have their quirks. And I remember that I was waiting for him to get onto stage. And of course, whatever he was going through, he was being delayed and all of that. So I just remember that while I was waiting, I went across the street. And that's when I realized that this other concert was taking place. And like I said, I'm thinking it was probably more like a theater venue, because I know Blues Alley, which has been around forever, is more of a club. So if there is a theater space somewhere near Blues Alley, or at least it existed back in the day, that's where I believe it was Eartha Kitt that was performing. But definitely, I know that there was like the contrast that was going on at that time. But I was glad that I did get to see Dexter perform. He gave a great performance, even though, as even his own musicians were saying, he was in whatever space he was in. So he had to get out of that space in order to give the performance that he was going to give. Because, sometimes you musicians get into that space and it might involve a substance, it might not involve substance, but you got to get out of that space in order to give the performance that us as fans are looking for. Because another story that I can share that is similar is I mentioned the theater festival, and I remember that there is always theater events going on, but sometimes they will have special events going on as well. And there was a old post office that had been converted into a performance space in downtown Winston, and Gil Scott Heron was going to perform. And it was like a late night concert. I think it was scheduled for 11 or 12 o'clock. And I remember that I went to that concert. I was ready to hear Gil Scott because I'm a big fan of Gil Scott, and that's another person with very serious DC roots when he was living. But definitely, I was excited about his coming to perform. And I remember waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And then finally, the promoters came and they're like, Gil will finally be here and he'll finally get to his performance. And I think by the time that he finally got there, it was around 1 or 1:30. Like I said, I think we got there at around 11:30. I think he was scheduled to, like, maybe the doors open at 12. I think he was scheduled to be there like around 12:30. So we'll say it was around 1:30 that he finally got to perform. I have no proof of this, but my theory, and you can tell me if you can buy this theory, but my theory, based on knowing a little bit about Gil's history, is that he forgot the gig and he got a call and had to take a red eye. Because back in those days, you could take a red eye from DC to North Carolina. So I have this funny feeling that that's the reason that we wound up waiting an hour and a half, because I have this sneaky suspicion that he either, one, overslept the gig and was already in Winston, or two, he forgot the gig and had to take the red eye in order to get down to Winston from DC, because that's not something you can do in a quick drive, even back then, and everything along those lines. So my theory is that he jumped on a plane to Winston-Salem and was skedaddled over there. So like I said, I've got some friends that work for that theater festival. So I have not got my theory confirmed. So like I said, this is a 10, 15, 20-year theory, but that's my theory as to what happened.
Okay, got you. It looks like I'm down to 3%.
Oh no! And like I said, I knew that I could only have you. Desiree told me that you might be able to stay for the whole time. Sometimes the show runs anywhere from 2.5 to 3 hours, but like I mentioned before, I do this whole thing that's a mystery guest. So I'm going to let you bounce off. So one of the things that I do at the end of every interview, so hopefully you can get it within that 3 minutes of time. But I ask all my artists and all my guests and everything this kind of key question, which is what advice or words of encouragement that they would give for the world. Because like I said, it is a global platform. So I try to let my guests give their words of encouragement, and also, if either you or Desiree, and Desiree can do it on the chat part, if you want to give your social media where folks can reach you. So that's kind of my closing question for you, and then I'll handle the rest of it from this side. But I have thoroughly enjoyed talking to you and having this conversation. But any words of encouragement, any words of positivity that you want to share with our audience, as well as ways that folks can reach you through social media, knowing that you got this concert next week.
Okay. Words of encouragement. There's always someone doing much worse than you are.
Right.
And many times I think like, wow, this is this. I'm in a bad patch here, or I wish things weren't going this way. But there's always someone doing worse than you are. And the truth of the matter is, some things aren't as bad as you think they are.
Right.
Sometimes you just have to go through it, and when you do, you're glad that you did, because it's a beautiful situation. Like, oh, I had to go through this in order to see it on the other side. Um, the My website is Music by Kevin Jackson. Has all my information and dates. Um, if anybody needs to check anything deeper, you can go to my publicist Desiree Benson. She's wonderful. She covers everything. But my website is Music by Kevin Jackson. My Instagram is Music by Kevin Jackson, and the one of the two, three things I know I have coming up is the Lake Harbor Jazz Festival with Nathan Mitchell, Brian Lanier, and then my own CD release will probably be in September. And then in August, I believe, August 21st, I'll be at the Norfolk Jazz Festival with Cindy Bradley and Paula Atherton that night. So, yes, and then she's putting right there,
Yeah.
IG, and follow it. Okay, there it is. So yeah, those are the shows that I'm getting ready for, and some big things are coming up. So just stay tuned.
We'll definitely stay tuned. We hope to have you come back as those big things take place and everything. I've recently got on Clubhouse, so I don't know if you're on Clubhouse yet, but if you're on Clubhouse, Desiree can let folks know that as well, because that seems to be the new way of folks actually communicating, even with some tremendous artists and performers and things of that nature, including some well-known producers and um, talent and other things, because I've actually met some folks of some notoriety on Clubhouse as well. And like I said, I didn't get on Clubhouse till they decided to join the Android family, because I'm cheap and I have an Android phone and all of that. So I had to wait for them to get into the Android lane in order for me to get into the Clubhouse family. And I've not actually been on today, and I don't think I was on yesterday. So I'm probably due for a Clubhouse session. But if you're on Clubhouse, you can let folks know that as well. And know that folks will probably be trying to catch you in that fairly newer form of social media as well.
Sure. Sounds good. Sounds great.
Cool. Well, I definitely have enjoyed having you on and enjoyed the conversation. And right away, Desiree was saying that Clubhouse is great, so she's become a fan of Clubhouse as well. So definitely, I am enjoying them, even though I understand that they've got a competitor that I think that Spotify put out called the Green Room or something like that. So I have not joined that one, but seems like every time that something new comes up, something newer comes behind it. So definitely, there's always that competition thing going on. So, like I said, I'm sure that that will be taking place. And I know that even here in North Carolina, we are actually the home area of Reverb Nation, because Reverb Nation was actually started in this area. And I know a lot of musicians like yourself are big time supporters of Reverb Nation, because they were kind of almost the Facebook for musicians in their early days when they first came out. So I know a lot of musicians
Right.
are also on Reverb Nation. And like I said, they were started here in the Carolinas, and actually think I know one or two of the founders, if I'm remembering correctly. But I'm pretty sure that, and I know you probably only got a minute now, but you are on Reverb Nation as well, right?
I don't know. I don't know. That's the
We'll have to
Desiree.
check with Desiree and see if
Yes,
you're on Reverb Nation since she's in charge of the publicity and all of that. So, like I said, I'm going to do the clues for our mystery guests and everything, and then get ready to get out of here myself because definitely I've enjoyed this conversation and hope to have you come back in the near future and all of that. So, do know that you are always welcome to come back and share the different things that you have going on because I love having great guests and also love having return guests. And sometimes I'll even bring other folks on the show. And maybe next time I'll bring Jasmine, who has also performed with Wycliffe and some of my other musician friends. And maybe we'll have a musician roundtable. Or knowing me, I might put together a group of folks that is everything from musicians to politicians to whatever else. Because as Desiree will tell you, sometimes it can be a very eclectic mix with our guests. But do know that I'll definitely be reaching out to Desiree and looking forward to having you come back on whenever you're available, because we do know that you've got those gigs and that you're oftentimes busy. But whenever you're available, do know that you have another home to share things with the folks over here.
thank you, Mark. I appreciate your time, man.
No problem. Cool. So definitely appreciate Kevin being on, and I know he's getting ready to bounce off and everything, and definitely Desiree was saying that she will make sure he is and send you the link in our follow up. So I'm thinking that means that she's going to make sure that he's on Clubhouse, and definitely want to thank me as well as everyone for joining because we definitely had some great conversation and great comments going on in the whole chats that were going on and in the comments and all of that. So I definitely appreciate folks checking it out and all of that. So like I said, I'm going to bring up some of the clues and everything in terms of our mystery guests, and one of them comes from the world of music. So one of the song things is that this particular person, Dancing in the Dark, the first single released from the Born in the USA, spent 4 weeks at number 2, beginning in the week of June 30th, 1984. And I was definitely a young man at that time because my birthday is July 1st. So I just celebrated that not that long ago. So that would have been like maybe a day or two before my 22nd birthday. So like I said, that was sometime back and everything. But definitely that is one of our mystery guests. And one of his tunes became a number 1 hit when Manfred Mann's Earth Band sang it. But his own version of the song flopped. But the British band's version with altered lyrics and the insertion of a chopstick melody on the piano landed atop Billboard's Hot 100 list in 1977. So that's one of the clues as well. And in his stage show, that's right, they did a stage show as well of some of the things that he's done. But in a stage show that he did, in his stage show, he said, "I've never seen the inside of a factory, and yet it's all I've ever written about. Standing before you is a man who has become wildly and absurdly successful, writing about something of which he has absolutely no personal experience." So he said that he has no personal experience in that particular category and all of that. And when he won his Tony Award, that's right, he won a Tony Award. This man who has won an Oscar, a Golden Globe, a Peabody, 20 Grammys, and that actually might be low, and 3 Emmy nominations, told Billy Joel and the theater crowd, "Thanks for making me feel so welcome." So he definitely was saying that he felt welcome when he did that. And on July 8th, 1978, a film crew shot one of his shows at the Arizona Veterans Memorial Coliseum, not hospital, Memorial Coliseum in Phoenix that yielded a technically imperfect cut of the highly energetic showstopper Rosalita Come Out Tonight. So that song was Rosalita Come Out Tonight, which is a track from the 1973's The Wild, The Innocent, and E Street Shuffle. So definitely that's some of the clues that we're working for. And by the way, that was the first music video by this artist which surfaced on MTV's in 1984, more than a decade after the song was recorded and 5 years after the clip was filmed. So definitely that's one of the clues that we need to let folks think about and everything. And definitely there's some other clues that folks might be interested in as well. So Lester Bangs and others heap praise on his 1973 debut. So he definitely had a 1973 debut, though the album initially suffered weak sales and was not doing all of that well. It actually suffered weak sales and all of that. So definitely is considered, it peaked at number 60 and definitely peaked at number 60 on Billboard. So think about that. That's another one of the clues and everything. And if people were watching very carefully, they might have seen the last name, because I think I slipped up and let that slide there. But hopefully folks were not watching too carefully and everything along those lines. So definitely another clue is that after hearing his and let's see if I can do a little bit of editing here while I'm talking to you guys, folks. After hearing too many Bob Dylan comparisons, he abandoned the album's verbose writing style. So he abandoned the album's verbose writing style. The album also has a town in it, by the way, that is one that my cousin lived in as well. So anybody that's heard me talk about my cousin Emmett may have a clue based on that. So the album also has a town in its title, and that town is one that my cousin Emmett lived in as well. So anybody that knows me and knows my cousin Emmett might be able to figure that one out. And he also wrote Streets of Philadelphia for Jonathan Demme's age-themed Philadelphia, starring Tom Hanks. And in 1994, he became the first rock artist to win the Oscar for Best Song. The Wrestler actually won a Golden Globe in 2009. So that's a little bit of the other clues for this particular gentleman as well. So definitely hope folks are checking it out and thinking about who that could be. In his induction speech, U2 singer Bono characterized this star as an unusual rocker. No drug busts, no blood changes in Switzerland. Even more remarkable, no golfing, no bad hair, period. Even in the 80s, no bad movie roles, no pet snakes, no monkey, no exhibition of his own paintings, no public brawling or setting himself on fire on the weekend. Just a catastrophe of great songs. So he was saying that definitely all of that. So definitely he was giving him major praise and all of that. And he was inspired by a Texas art installation for his song Cadillac Ranch. The Ant Farm's 1974 sculpture consists of 10 garishly painted Cadillacs, half buried hood first in an Amarillo cow pasture. So that's another one of the clues about this person as well. So keep that in mind and everything. And here's another another clue, and then I'm gonna give you a more modern one. To help his family make ends meet, he assisted his grandfather, the radio man, in finding and restoring discarded radios to resell for $5 a pop to mostly Southern Black migrant workers who were harvesting crops up there in that part of the Northeast where he is from. So keep that in mind as well. So apparently his granddad was known as the radio man. And his daughter, Jessica, has qualified for the Tokyo Olympics as a member of the U.S. equestrian jumping team, the team announced this past Monday. So there's a more modern clue. So they just announced who that might be and everything. And one of the quotes that he said is, blind faith in your leader or in anything will get you killed. And definitely folks can agree with that. He also said, it is a sad man, my friend, who's living in his own skin and can't stand the company. And a lot of folks can definitely agree with that as well. And he also said, when I was growing up, there were two things that were unpopular in my house. One is me, and the other was my guitar. And he also said, your success story is a bigger story than whatever you're trying to say on stage. Success makes life easier. It doesn't make living easier. And he had this to say about adult life. Adult life is dealing with an enormous amount of questions that don't have answers. So I let the mystery settle into my music. I don't deny anything. I don't advocate anything. I just live with it. Yeah, that's a great quote. And I can definitely think about a lot of folks that can agree with that as well. And he also said, the best music, you can seek some shelter in it momentarily, but it's essentially there to provide you something to face the world with. And he also said, for those of us that are getting older, you can't be afraid of getting old. Old is good if you're gathering in life. Our band is good at understanding that equation. So that's one of the things he said about getting old. And he also said this about the past. The past is never the past. It's always present. And you better reckon with it in your life and in your daily experiences, or it will get you it will get you really bad. And he also said this about getting an audience. Getting an audience is hard. Sustaining an audience is hard. It demands a consistency of thought, of purpose, and of action over a long period of time. And he said, talk about a dream, try to make it real. So that's one of the clues of that particularly mystery guest. So he said, talk about a dream, but try to make it real. So that's one of our mystery guests and all of that. So definitely glad to see folks guessing, and hopefully folks will be trying to think of who that is. I want to thank Desiree for bringing me another amazing guest, and look forward to hopefully having her, and she'll be bringing me some other guests as well. And I also see that Stephen Adams is making some comments saying, hello, my brother. And I definitely appreciate Stephen popping in as well. So definitely that's some of the clues about our mystery guests and all of that. So I've given you a little bit of the clues, and I may bring in another mystery guest as well. But before we get to that, definitely I've got some other things that I was going to share with y'all as well, but definitely always great to have some truly amazing mystery guests and for folks to try to guess who these folks are. And I did say that I had a mystery guest in the past, so I'm going to bring up a image of me in the past and that mystery guest that I was revealing at that time. So definitely we've got some other mystery guests and Gary to bring up some other clues, but hopefully y'all can figure out the one. And I've got one more that I might bring up, and maybe even two more, because I know that I've got another one as well. So definitely appreciate that and all of that. So, oh, and by the way, Desiree was giving me a happy belated birthday. So I appreciate that as well. So yes, that was a week ago, not tomorrow. So a week ago from tomorrow. So it was on the 1st, and tomorrow will be a week, because tomorrow will be the 8th. So that a week ago from tomorrow. So definitely glad that folks were checking that out and all of that. So definitely appreciate that. Appreciate folks trying to guess the mystery guests, and appreciate the amazing folks that have appeared on the show and all of that. So I'm going to bring up another one of the other clues and see if we can get that going as well. So if y'all hold on a second, we're going to bring up that person, and we might even give you another clip of Kevin as well. But definitely a great conversation, but I'm going to bring you up another one of the clues and all of that. But definitely a great conversation, and have definitely enjoyed sharing a lot with you, and hopefully folks will be checking out more and more, because the next shows that we've got will be appearing tomorrow on our usual show with Jacoby, which will be the Gamers Den. And I know we'll be talking about the gaming industry. Don't know if we've got any special guests on this particular show, but we'll be doing that on the 8th. And then, of course, we've also got our good friend that'll be sharing some of his information as well about sports and politics, that being LA Bachelor and all of that. But right now, I'm here to give y'all a little one of the other clues that I recorded earlier, and we'll let y'all check that out as well. All right, some guests for our mystery guests, and we need you to try to figure out who this person is. I promised you I was going to give you some clues, and this time I'm going to make them verbal. We're not even going to have them crawl across the screen. So hopefully y'all can figure it out, and maybe it'll be some of my LinkedIn friends, or some of my Twitter friends, or some of my friends on Facebook and other places can guess who our mystery guest is. He is known as the Flying Finn. That is one of the clues. And his team, the Carolina Hurricanes, actually made an exit recently. That's right, they made an exit, and they definitely are not there. So if you do some figuring, you might be able to figure out who it is and all of that. So I need folks to try to figure it out. He was actually born in the month of yours truly, your host, Mark Lee. But Mark Lee was born in Durham, North Carolina, and he spent some time in Turkey as a youngster. But this particular person, born in the Leo side of July, was actually born in Finland. So he was born in Finland and all of that. So keep that in mind. He was born in Finland and was doing a great job of growing up in that area, and then becoming a soccer player as well. So definitely keep that in mind. Apparently, little did anyone know what kind of superstar he would become, but folks are trying to figure out why he fell all the way to 35th overall in the 2015 NHL entry draft. Definitely, that's one of the things that he did. He fell down to that particular mark as well. So definitely, he did rise to fame in hockey world with Finland during the IHF championships when he put up 2 goals and 9 assists in 10 games for Finland. But he also apparently did not gain a lot of recognition for that performance as well, and did not go as high as folks expected him to go in the whole game of that we're talking about and all of that. He's also a confirmed baseball fan. So apparently he likes the team around here, the Durham Bulls and things of that nature. So he is a confirmed baseball fan. Keep that in mind. He is a confirmed baseball fan. He was known to be a clever two-way player, and definitely was known to have that kind of background and all of that. And he has the incredible ability to pass the puck. But apparently, a lot of folks were thinking that he was too small. We've even seen that happen in basketball as well, where folks might think that somebody is too small and they still do a remarkable job and all of that. So he did establish himself as a fantastic player in his rookie season, where he notched 24 goals and 25 assists for 49 points in 82 games and truly burst onto the scene. And while he missed the first 4 games of his career the following year, after he is hit by a Calgary player, he still found a way to put up 25 goals and 36 assists for 65 points. So he was definitely been and still continues to be a star for his team and all of that. In the 2017-2018 season, he had been playing some left wing for 2 years in the NHL. He finally had a chance to audition for center. So definitely he's done some work in the center position as well. And he definitely had a breakout season, recording 30 goals and 53 assists as the team that he played for returned to the playoffs for the first time in a decade. And he definitely has gotten some recognition as a top player and all of that. So, and definitely when he went up against having a quiet first playoff series against Washington, he did finish with 12 points in the 15 playoff games, and definitely helped that team get to the finals and all of that. So that's just some of the things that he's done. Don't have the stats for what he's done in this particular year, but that's just some of the stats of some of the things that this particular person has done and a little bit about them. So that's the person that I'm looking for. I need y'all to give me who that person is, do a little bit of research, and maybe y'all can figure out who my mystery guest is from the athletic side. And of course, I will bring up some figures and definitely bring up maybe even some stats about their playing as well. They give you some verbally, but maybe I'll even have them going across the screen, and maybe I'll find some uncommon facts as well. But maybe y'all can figure it out even before our next edition of the online dinner party. So on that note, I'm going to get on out of here, and hopefully y'all can figure out who our mystery guest is out of the sports world. I told you it's not going to come from football or basketball. It's going to be another sport, and as you can tell, that sport is hockey. So try to figure out who our mystery guest is, and you got to get both mystery guests. You know, that's the deal and everything. And I've got to get you my international mystery guest. And I think I'm going to find you another mystery guest as well. But that one is going to come from the world of crime. So you'll have 2 more mystery guests next week. But this is your first one. So hopefully y'all can figure out the mystery guest. Just drop it in LinkedIn if you think you know the answer, and try to play along with the mystery guest game. And this is the one for this week. And then we're going to give you 2 more next week. And that'll be our 3 mystery guests. So we'll have another one on next week. That'll be somebody from the world of crime and somebody that'll be an international figure. And I haven't decided which realm of society they will be coming from, but I will definitely let you know, and we'll keep that in mind. So definitely hope that y'all will enjoy playing the mystery guest part of the online dinner party. But we'll still get back to you. And of course, we'll be talking about world issues and things along those lines later on. But definitely want to thank folks for popping in and for us having a great conversation and all of that. All right, that was the sports mystery guest and everything along those lines. Still have to get you that criminal mystery guest, and I think I'll do that next week as well. But by the way, the other mystery guest that I'm looking for is one out of the world of entertainment as well. Of course, that last one was a musician, but this one is actually one out of the world of acting. And he did commercials in the mid 70s for Panasonic, and now he's doing a commercial for the Medicare hotline. So definitely that's one of the other clues and everything. And before acting, he worked as a vendor at Yankee Stadiums. And one of his most cherished items was a silver dollar that was given to him by legendary Mickey Mantle. And he also played the role of Sonny Barnes on the short-lived 1987 sitcom entitled Bustin' Loose. So he played that role in that show entitled Bustin' Loose. So that's another one of the clues about that particular mystery guest as well. So keep that in mind and think about things that might be in that realm as well. Definitely is keep of those folks, and definitely he also appeared on the several times on the game show Match Game back in the 70s. Apparently, he has never been married and he has no children as well. And he was born in the Bronx and he calls New York home. So definitely New York home. And he has a catchphrase that is quite well known. So keep that in mind, that he has a catchphrase that is quite well known. And the artwork on the show that he's part of is actually that of a celebrated North Carolina artist, but his character is supposed to be a painter. So keep that in mind as well. And this is actually a giveaway. So folks that are watching and you fill this out, then you may be figuring out who it is. And definitely that is almost a giveaway and everything. So definitely keep that in mind, and maybe you'll come up with the answer and all of that. And then last but not least, he says, I've been on the road since 1967. So he's been on the road for a number of years. Let's see, 67 to 2000 is 33. And then you add 21 years. So he's been saying he's been on the road for 55 years. So that's a long time to be on the road as a performer and all of that. So keep that in mind. That is the three mystery guests that we are looking for today. I'm going to be, like I said, I'm going to give you a criminal one as well, and also going to give you the clues for another one, and I'll be adding some more of their clues in next week. But I'm going to give you some early clues for our fourth mystery guest and all of that. I might be revealing the pictures of our mystery guests today and everything. Actually, I think I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till next week to put those pictures up and everything, because that's going to give y'all time on LinkedIn to give me the answers. And the first one to give me the answers will win a prize. I've not decided what the prize is, and I'm still trying to figure that out. But I am going to start trying to give at least some sort of prize. It might only be $1 or $2, but we're going to try to give at least a prize, maybe after people get, I think I'm going to say 5 in a row. So you got to get 5 in a row. But if you get 5 in a row, then we will give a prize. And I might even give some early prizes if you get at least a couple of them right and all of that. But the big prize, the grand prize, you must get 5 in a row, and you must get them consecutively. You can't like get 2 today and then skip a couple of weeks and you get 3 and stuff like that. I just want to be right. So I want 5 in a row. But I think that I will give some basic, maybe a basic prize if you're just good enough to get 1 or 2 and all of that. So the first person that gives me an answer, I will come up with some sort of prize. Maybe it'll be like a gift certificate or something like that to a food place or something along those lines, something that we can do that's common, like a DoorDash pass or something like that. But I have to figure out what that will be, and I will announce that in the next week or 2 as I try to figure out what it'll be and if I can get a sponsor for it. So that would be great as well. But definitely in the meantime, there is a fourth clue, and I will be waiting on the LinkedIn to see if anybody comes up with the answers. But for our fourth person, and I might give you some clues to this person and reveal them on the following week. So next week, you will get pictures of the 3 people that I am looking for this week, and I will be waiting a week for y'all to come up with the answers and all of that. So I'll give y'all a week to try to come up with the answers, and I'll be looking for the answers on LinkedIn. So, or you can send to me the emails. The emails are bluesradio@gmail.com. That's bluesradio@gmail.com. You can send me the answers if you think you know the answers and all of that. But for our fourth person, and we will not reveal that person until 2 weeks from today, excuse me, 2 weeks from today, we will reveal that fourth person, and that will go with our criminal person and with another sports person. I think I'll go with another sports person. So It'll be this international person, and I'm getting ready to put out there now, another sports person. I'm not sure if I'm going to make it an Olympic sport or something more common. I might make it a common sport. I might even go with basketball or something like that. Might even go with legendary football, but it will be from a more common sport and all of that. So we're going to have sports, this international person that I'm looking for right now, as well as a criminal figure. So I'm going to bring you a criminal figure as well. But the person that you will find out in 2 weeks is she was born in an apartment above her father's grocery store. She was born in a apartment above her father's grocery store. Born Margaret Hilda Roberts, the future prime minister, was the daughter of a grocer and a local alderman who later became the mayor of Grantham, England. Before entering politics, she worked as a food scientist developing soft serve ice cream. She lost her first two parliamentary elections, and while studying law, she gave birth to twins. Before a Soviet newspaper dubbed her the Iron Lady, following a strident anti-communist speech she delivered in 1970s, she was known by a less complimentary moniker and all of that. So she was known in a less complimentary moniker and all of that. So keep that in mind as well. And political opponents and the media label her the milk snatcher. So they had her name and then the milk snatcher as part of it. So that was part of her nickname. And the Sun newspaper even called her the most unpopular woman in Britain. And she actually thought there will not be a woman prime minister in my lifetime. And she told that to the Finchley Press in 1970. The male population is too prejudiced. So she felt that the male population was too prejudiced to elect a woman prime minister and all of that. So that is one of the other clues as well. So remember, we are looking for 3 people this week. So look on LinkedIn and reveal me these answers. You can also give me the answers in comments right now if you're watching as part of Team Live and all of that. So if you're watching as part of Team Live, you can give me the answers now or you can give them to me in LinkedIn later. But we are looking for a person connected with sports, so you can go back and listen to the clues, but they're connected to the game of hockey. So definitely think about that, and I will bring up their picture next week. So next week I will reveal those pictures while also waiting for my other guests and everything of that nature. So we're looking for somebody from the world of sports, in the world of hockey. We're looking for an iconic musician that is somehow connected with a town that my cousin lived in as well. So keep that in mind. They're connected with a town that my cousin lived in and all of that. And then we're looking for a person that had a very, was part of a hit series back in, say, like the 70s and 80s, and it had an iconic saying and all of that. And they are now hawking products in the whole field of Medicare helplines and things of that nature. So keep that in mind. That is what we are looking for. And hopefully we can have you come up with those guests of who those people are and all of that. So definitely looking forward to folks figuring out who the mystery guest is. And I will reveal those in pictures next week. I may even start off the show, depending on what time my other guests get into the room at the beginning of the show on the 14th. And by the way, I'm hoping that folks will come out to the concert that'll be taking place on Friday. That's right. Reese Palmer will be performing on a Friday, and she will be doing that at a venue over there in Raleigh. So we're definitely looking forward to folks checking that performance that she is doing in 2 days. So looking forward to folks checking out that performance and all of that. So definitely keep that in mind. If you haven't got your tickets, you can definitely do that and everything, because folks are still out there getting tickets and there's still plenty of them available. So we look forward to having folks check out the concert that is taking place on Friday at Linwood Brewing Concern, located on Whitaker Mills in Raleigh. So that's in 2 days, and we're definitely hoping for folks checking that out and definitely having a great time at that particular event. It's a fundraiser for Real Life Works, which is an effort to get a thrift store for those in the autism space and all of that. So definitely looking forward to that also. But right now, I know that the Lawyer's Den is actually trying to go into an even bigger platform and all of that. And like I mentioned before, we've got the Gamers Den that is also on the Thursdays. I think that this particular commercial says at 1 o'clock, but we moved it up to noon because we want to get even more audience people and all of that. So right now, we're going to let you check out a little bit about the Lawyer's Den and then a couple of the other shows that exist as well. And then I'm going to get ready to get out of here very shortly. But let's check out a little bit about the Lawyer's Den.
The difference between thinking and doing and living in the 21st century. They teach us about being a real quarterback-oriented games. We don't have to just use video games and live in the shadows of good things because of them. We grow up with agility far larger and bigger than we are tall. Parents are the champions and have to be our first life coaches and know-it-alls. Who knows how this came to be? Coaches will ask you if you know your right foot from your left, if you know yourself, if you act knowingly good or bad, if you can move and negotiate a field with style and form, if you can tackle or throw a pass, or if your last name is that of a clown. If you can let someone know on the team that you are in trouble before you cause yourself or someone else trouble. If you are ready to learn teamwork or aware that you started out today with your pants down or your sportsmanship was left on the kitchen table, if you know the social studies, the alphabets, science, music, characters, and the stats and the numbers of a great student player eligible to stay on the team, and if you know the poise of great athletic champions and their scientific attitudes that are historical or music to us now, if you have the swag of the game, the discipline, the performance, and artistic form down pat, and if you have the style of gymnastics that the sport has with life, if you have the work ethic and determination to make it all seem easy and not a game at all, if you have the knowledge of all the above, or you don't know things like this even make the difference. I think that when it comes to the importance of parents and their field and self-knowledge, wisdom, virtues, and courage, their teachings, love, respect, care that they illustrate on the field and in the grind of life with their actions and their ideas, experiences, muscle, and strategic magic and skills wrapped around us with their priceless love. For their verbs to be that and make us winners in this hard and fast third century that without them, kids and adults, athletes could hardly see or do anything at all. Parents teach us the difference between playing video games and playing on the field. Parents teach us how to be champions. A huge hug should go to parents, coaches, and parent-like community people who have love on the field for you and who are champions for your life, both in and out the games.
All right, folks. I was getting ready to mention one other thing, and don't call me in the middle of a bite, but that's all right. One of the things I was going to mention is that definitely Terry Good will be joining us in the not too distant future, and he will be sharing his thoughts about fantasy football. So definitely, you know, LA Bachelor has been doing some sports and politics, and he's been doing that on Thursdays, and he'll be back here on tomorrow. But Terry Good, who was a guest on the online dinner party last week, has been in touch with me, and we'll be doing a show with him revolving around fantasy football. And I'll actually be getting in touch with my younger brother as well as Randy Edwards and others and seeing if they can appear as well. So we might be bringing a fantasy football program to you here on this platform as well as on Pod TV and other parts of the networks as well in the very near future. So definitely looking forward to that happening and looking forward to that conversation. So it should be a truly amazing and great conversation, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing folks' thoughts as the league goes on and all of that. I know that I can't remember if Dean, who I do the Monday evening show with, it's a more traditional audio, if he's into fantasy football. I know he's a diehard Ravens fan, but who knows, we might even have him make appearances on occasion as well. And of course, folks that may have their favorite football team. And we might even start it maybe sometime next week while the NBA playoffs are going on and all of that. So I will be in touch with Terry and some of the other folks, and we might try to get that going on next week. One of the other things that you notice, and you've seen that piece run a couple of times, is that we do love spoken word, and we do love performers and folks that have a tremendous amount of talent. And they all know that I was one of the MCs, as well as definitely involved very actively with the Road to the Apollo with my good friend, Captain Newborn and Ray Pascal, as well as a number of other folks. Owen Scott helped on that, as did Dion. We know him as D-Most and all of that. So definitely that was some great conversations, but definitely we love hearing from our performers as well. So one of the things that I'm going to do right now, and hopefully folks will take me up on that and everything, and I'll put it out on some other platforms as well, is that I would love for folks to send me a short clip of their performance. It can be music. It can be you doing a painting if you want to do an online performance of your painting and your art in that way, or like a demonstration of quilting. Of course, we do know a number of the poets have spoken word pieces, and we do know that there are some great musicians throughout the area, both throughout the world, actually. So I would love for people, if y'all are interested, to send a clip of your performance, you know, maybe make it anywhere from 3 to 4 minutes, or I think the max we can do is 5 minutes and all of that. So if you send me an MP4 of you are doing a spoken word piece, similar to what Guy Fort just did with that piece about coaching, or if you want to, you can definitely send some of your other performance pieces as well. And of course, we will be adding those definitely to the online dinner party, because the online dinner party is about us having a party and having a good time. And of course, sometimes at parties, it's also about revealing fun times and all of that. So we have the trivia component, but one of the other components that I'm going to add is a chance for people to give me some of their performances as well. So I had the pleasure of talking to Daryl Perry, and I'm hoping that he'll do a rap for me, and some others will do some performances as well. It can even be an acting monologue as well. So I'd love for folks to do that. I know that one of the powerful monologues that I saw was actually a clip of Hamilton that some folks did at one of the competitions that we did before the pandemic kind of closed everything down. So definitely I would love to see folks give me a 5-minute clip of some of their performances that they might have in their mind, whether that's a monologue, whether that's a poem, whether that's a musical piece or whatever. So if you are a performing artist and you would like to have your work showcased on the online dinner party, then send that to bluesradio@gmail.com. That's bluesradio@gmail.com. So bluesradio@gmail.com. Would definitely love to see some of these truly amazing talents that are around the globe share some of their thoughts as well. So definitely, if you are in the area and are not even in the area, but if you're just interested, we would love to have that happen as well. So bluesradio@gmail.com. And by the way, what you see going across the line is my Cash App. So definitely, anytime that we can get sponsors to help us in these events, including our fan sponsors, definitely any amount is needed. And of course, we do have items on the Pod TV website of products that we have as well. Because I know we've got a T-shirt that has some things about one of the shows on it. I know that we've got stickers about the online dinner party. I think that we've got a hoodie and a number of other things that Brandon helped us put together and all of that. So you can either buy some of the product, or if you want to make a donation to the show, it is Cash App $Mark Lee 1962. That's $Mark Lee 1962. Or you can hit me at PayPal, which is mlee@haytide.org. So definitely any of those will work, but definitely anybody that wants to give support to the great shows that we're doing on a regular basis and all of that, it is always appreciated when y'all come through in that regards as well. So I did put that Cash App out there, and that is $Mark Lee 1962. But like I said, my name, the first and the last name, and the year of birth, 1962. And hopefully some of y'all will come through and help in that regards as well. So I just wanted to throw that out. But definitely the main thing that I'm looking for is folks to come through and definitely share some of their things that they've got going on in their regards. So I would definitely love for folks to come by and share their things that they are doing and all of that. So definitely that would be great if y'all can come out there and show your supports in that regard. And of course, you can also catch me on a couple of the social media sites. You can don't forget to follow us on Twitter at Bluesman62 and on Instagram at Lee Entertainment 62. And you can also find me now on Clubhouse as well. And of course, we're also on Facebook and a number of other sources as well. So just keep that in mind, that we are definitely looking forward to folks making their donations and all of that in terms of support, and definitely following us on the different platforms that we are on as well. So definitely just keep that in mind, and definitely look forward to some great conversations with many of you about the things that we have going on. But as I was saying, I definitely want you folks to get out there and provide us with some of their clips, some of the things that they're doing. It can be a acting monologue, a piece of, you can even be showing or demonstrating some of your work. Like if you are a cook and you want to give me a 3-minute demonstration of a recipe or something like that, 3 to 5 minute demonstration of a recipe, or if you just want to share a little bit about your story as well. And of course, we're always looking for amazing guests. I think the next week we're going to have Sandia Deck, who was actually a professional football player and definitely had that honor of being a woman in that space. And now she's doing some other things as well in the entrepreneurship space. So definitely looking forward to having her come on. And then, like I said, I did have that Zoom conference with Daryl Perry, and I'm looking forward to him being a guest in the not too distant future as well. So great conversation and all of that. But if you're interested, send those information to the email, which is bluesradio@gmail.com. That's bluesradio@gmail.com. So just keep that in mind, and I may mention that on LinkedIn as well. But definitely anybody that's got any things that they would like to share, then we would love to have them as one of the participants on the talent competition or talent showcase. We won't even call it competition, talent showcase here on the online dinner party and all of that. So definitely looking forward to that. Who knows? I might even pull out a game of charades, since I know that sometimes charades can go on at real dinner parties and all of that. We might even try to figure out a way to get a card game going on the dinner party as well, because I'm always trying to find new and innovative things to do during the dinner party. But definitely those are some of the things I'm thinking about. But I would love for people to send us their clip of their talent and all of that. So definitely look forward to that. And hopefully I'll be getting emails about that at bluesradio@gmail.com. But we do know that Elsa, which is that storm, is on its way and everything. I think it's supposed to hit us tomorrow. It's supposed to be raining pretty much all day tomorrow. And then I think it's just supposed to be hot on Friday. But we're definitely being told that there's going to be plenty of rain on the day of Friday, and I mean on the day of Thursday, which is tomorrow, and all of that. But one of the things that goes on in the spring is that whole concept of baseball and everything. So I know that a good friend of mine took some clips of some people doing a batting cage demonstration, a young man that was doing that not that long ago. So I think I'm going to put that on just to get us in that whole spring, summer mindset and all of that. And I think I might even bring up some clips and everything of other things going on in that regards. But I see we've got another amazing guest popping in as well. So before we bring up the clips, I'm going to bring up Donna and see what Donna's got going on. Hey, Donna.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm good, thanks.
Good. So I'm glad you were able to come in. I was actually just had one of my other guests on earlier, and we were talking about music and all of that because they were on the show and they had done a lot of things in the music community. But I remember I had invited you to come in as well. So I'd love for you to share a little bit about the things that you got going on in your world, because I'm always glad to have amazing guests come in and share their true wisdom and all the things that they've got going on. I know we're here in Durham and we're waiting for an all-day rain event tomorrow because they're saying that we're supposed to get rain all day tomorrow because of Elsa. And I remember I was on a friend's show and they remember that Elsa was actually I was watching their show. I wasn't in their show, but I was watching it, and they were remembering that Elsa was actually the character from Frozen, which I had forgotten.
Yes.
They remember that Elsa was a character within Frozen.
That used to be one of my daughter's favorite movies, but now she's 16 and way too cool for Elsa at this point. But in my world, I'm really excited about a book that I just had published now back in September. And my husband teases me that, a lot of people during the COVID lockdowns were baking bread and, and doing all these things. And I actually finished my, it's an inspirational memoir, basically, about how I escaped from my abusive Christian husband and built a much better life. And I can tell you that today, sitting where I am, God is good, and my life is so much better being away from all of that.
I understand that. And I know that I've actually had conversations with people that have gone through abusive situations. I remember that a friend of mine actually was at a local church, and she was divorced, and she's now in a much better relationship and everything, the best I can tell and all. But I think that there might have been some things going on, even in her case, with abuse and all of that. And sometimes the institutions that we're part of, and I think that even one of our founders would agree with this as well, because she's had some family members that have gone through abuse, don't do a good enough job of even wanting to cope with that issue. Because I know that I was talking to one of our other show people, and we were talking about religion and how sometimes people that are religious don't want to sweep things under the rug and don't want to deal with things, including abuse and all of that. And we don't always, even if we have a religious aspect, I consider myself more spiritual than religious, but definitely if you have that more church-going aspect, sometimes those in the church don't even want to deal with it, or if they deal with it, they want to deal with it in kind of a more, I guess, traditional kind of standpoint, which is that whole attitude of the sanctity of marriage and that you're supposed to go within the marriage, even if things are going south in the marriage, which I don't necessarily agree with, but I have heard that argument where people will argue the sanctity of marriage and that, through the good and the bad, and I guess the good and the bad can also include very negative situations. But I was just wondering your thoughts about, because it sounds like you're still very much involved in having that spiritual journey, but also you also had to at some point have the conversation around the spiritual journey and also the journey with religious leadership.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, my book is called I'll Pray For You. And the reason that I called it that was because I was looking for a place to stay. And I had left my ex-husband, and the Navy in their bureaucracy could not take the keys from him because it was a Navy housing assignment. And so I didn't have any place to stay. And when he assaulted me, I was taken to the hospital with just the contents of my daughter's diaper bag. She was about a year and a half old, and the
Wow.
clothes I had on my back, and I was not allowed to go back to that apartment. And so where do you go but to your church friends and the people that you thought, the people that had helped me before? They had hosted my baby shower not even a little over a year ago.
Right.
And when I got there, the man stood with his arm across the door of the back porch, and that didn't really give me very friendly vibes at that point. And I was asking for a place to stay for a couple of days until I could get things straightened out. And he said, well, we've helped you all we can, but I'll pray for you. Good luck.
Wow.
And that was it.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up because I've had friends of mine. I mean, I've even had some of my own difficult situations. Fortunately, I've got family members that help out and everything. So I'm blessed to have both of my parents living and all of that. But I do know that I've had friends during this time of the pandemic that have been struggling financially and all of that, and definitely have been struggling even trying to take care of rent and things of that necessity. And if you go out to the churches, they will oftentimes do what you just said. They will tell you that, that they can't afford to help everybody, or they can't afford to do this or that, and they don't do enough of that kind of helping the community. But I was just wondering, because even in the abuse situation, it definitely sounds like you went through that, but I'm also hearing that from folks that are going through housing situations to a number of other situations that have been taking place during this pandemic, and I'm sure you've been hearing
Oh,
some of those horror stories as
absolutely.
well.
So not just that they weren't helpful, but he, of course, the abuser has their own take on things, right? So I was supposed to run off with another man, and go live in a trailer park in Florida. That was my plan. No, it wasn't. My plan was not to be abused and, marital rape and all these things. Those are not acceptable ways to treat the person that you say that you love. And so getting out, my faith was just shattered, because here are these people who, I was in the church day after day and week after week, and all the different functions, teaching the children and all these things. And all of a sudden now I wasn't welcome or safe where I had been before. That wasn't, I didn't know what to do with that. It was really tough. And so I had to kind of rethink my religion and God isn't, and come up with the idea that God isn't responsible for the actions of some of his followers, because he wouldn't treat anyone like that.
Yeah, definitely, and everything of that nature. And as I was mentioning earlier, a lot of times uh, church leadership or just leadership in general doesn't do enough job of even coping with people's attitudes about that. So I was wondering, did you run into that kind of attitude where people might have been thinking that, about the sanctity of marriage and about the fact that in some churches, and I'm not saying all churches, but in some churches and some denominations, there's this attitude that divorce is actually a very negative thing that shouldn't be going on in our society, even though we know that societally it's like, I think more than 50% of marriages
Right.
in the divorce, or some like high number. I forget the exact figures, but I know it's very high in everything. But were you running into church leadership that wasn't necessarily having a very positive attitude, but was actually kind of practicing that kind of dictate that you get even when you're giving your church vows and
Yes,
marriage vows?
absolutely. There was one minister who said, he called me. Now, my ex-husband was stalking me. I was living in hiding. And when the military police arrested my now ex-husband, when they arrested him, he told them that he would finish the job if he found me. And they believed him. And yet the pastor of my church called my cell and said, if you don't take him back, we're going to have to discipline you out of the church, excommunicate you. And that was a horrible thing. Here I am. I have a year and a half old little girl. I'm basically homeless. and he's going to discipline me, excommunicate me from the church because my husband is abusive. That was just, my whole life crumbled because the school where I was teaching, you had to be married or single, but you couldn't be divorced because it was that religious kind of Catholic parochial school.
Right.
And so I lost my job. I lost my husband. I lost my house. I lost almost everything that I owned that day that he assaulted me. And I couldn't go back because the police detectives were telling me that if I went back, that he would kill me.
Wow. And I know one of the things that Kimberly Calhoun, who's one of the founders of this network, talks about is a lot of times how not just the institutions, meaning like church and school, but also the police institution don't necessarily do a good enough job with marital situations and things along that line. And I think that I can't remember, I don't think that she had anything in her own life that I can recall, but I know that she definitely has a sister that went through some things. And she actually says that High Point, North Carolina does a very good job of being supportive and everything. So she actually recommends that people go to that particular city because apparently they've got a good track record with their police department, but not every police department is like that. So I was just wondering what your thoughts are about how even the police are prepared to deal with domestic violence and domestic abuse.
So because my assault, they called it domestic violence assault, happened on the military base, the military policemen were very, they were prepared because I had been seeing a counselor and the counselor had warned them that this might happen. Of course, I didn't believe that anything like that could ever happen. That doesn't happen to, we go into the stereotypes of who that doesn't happen to. It doesn't happen to educated people. It doesn't happen to all these things. Yes, it does. It just goes unreported or, like you were talking about, shuffled under the rug. But when I wanted to get clean clothes, I had to call the military police, and 3 of them would come and meet me at my apartment. And before I could go into the apartment, they had to open every drawer, every cabinet. They completely, well, you could use the word tossed, but they completely searched the house to make sure that my ex-husband hadn't set any traps to harm me when I went in to feed our cats and to get clean clothes for me or the baby. So these guys were prepared. I don't know that that other police departments are prepared as much as they were, but they really, I can tell you that I believe I'm alive today because they were fast. They were, helpful. They did what they needed to do.
Well, that's good that they were there for you and everything along those lines. Now you've written the book and everything. Tell me how the book came about, and was it something that you were even thinking that you would do after you had gone through all of this? Because I'm thinking that it was probably not even on your bucket list of things to do, was to write a book and all of this. And I'd love to hear more about how the book came about, and also a little bit more of the warning signs and things that you talk about within the book. Because I do know that one of the things you give is things that folks might want to be paying attention to so that they don't get in the same situation
Absolutely.
you found yourself in.
So I wrote the book for 2 reasons. One, as a middle school teacher, we come across kids, at a public school. I teach at an inner city kind of school, and there are kids with all sorts of things that they come to school with. And, I watch kids who take an extra lunch home with them so that they have something to eat later for their evening meal. And it's just heartbreaking. And as I was talking to the other teachers, I would share some of my experiences, and they're like, you need to write a book. This is really, you could help other people by sharing your story. And I had kind of thought about it, but when I was in high school, those words that people say to you that that denigrate you, right? That those negative thoughts, they stick with you. And my high school principal, who was also my guidance counselor, said, well, to my mother with me sitting there, she's not very bright, but she'll make a really good secretary or housewife someday. And so, we have to battle those, cognitive distortions, if you want to use the big psychological word. But the book came about because I don't want anyone else to go through what I went through, and to challenge the people who, like the head elder of the church, who could have helped me when I went to his driveway. But no, I'll pray for you. Good luck. So as a challenge to them, and then to help other people who might find themselves in that position, because I literally did not understand the cycle of abuse and the toll that it was taking on me and even my daughter at 1.5 years old. And so one of the stories that I share in the book is about now I was teaching at a private school in Hawaii, and that's where I met my now ex-husband at a church picnic, mind you. So I met him at the church picnic, and we kind of hit it off, and he asked me on a date, and we weren't really serious at that point because I had just met him, and that, that's too soon to be serious. Right. And so so a friend of mine was flying through from Hawaii to, landing in Hawaii for a couple of hours and then going on to Japan to whatever they were doing. And the college I went to, everyone sat in your major, you sat in alphabetical order. Right. So since my last name started with S at that point, so S, and then his last name was S. So we sat together in like 3 out of 4 classes every day. And so we decided to have lunch. I'm flying through. Let's have lunch. My ex-husband now called me about 7 times in the first 30 minutes of this lunch. And he was crying, and I care about you, and why are you cheating on me this way? And I was like, what, what is wrong with you? This is just lunch with an old friend. Right. We're not married. You need to get over this. And so, I finished. I said, don't call me again. And I turned off the ringer on my phone. And when I got back to the house that we were supposed to meet at to go out later, the girl's mom called me in her room, and she's like, oh, Donna, whatever you did, you should never do that again. He was beside himself. And I'm like, I went to lunch with an old friend. I don't know why that's, why is that such a big deal? But, the Bible and she used a Bible verse. The Bible tells us that if someone has something against us, that we should go and make it right. And so I went, and I was the good little Christian, and I apologized, but I really didn't do anything wrong at that point. And looking back now, that was a huge red flag, because he was trying to control my every move. Where are you going? Who are you going with? How long are you going to be there? When are you coming back? And at first I thought that was really cute, and oh wow, he must really like me. But that is very typical of an abuser, and that whole power and control piece.
And one of the things that I know, because I've actually been in situations like that myself, and sometimes folks don't realize that abuse and those kind of things can even happen in the male side as well, meaning the male can be the victim, as not just as always the female, because sometimes it's not just what you were just describing. It's not always physical abuse, but it can also be emotional and mental abuse. Because I know that there have definitely been cases where I have dated young ladies, and they have been, for lack of a better term, manipulative in some of the things that they would do and all of that. So it sounds like that's one of the things that you are warning folks against. Because I remember one time dating a young lady, and I was actually working at a public building in the arts world, and literally as soon as they pulled off, they told me, and I was working in a front desk kind of capability and all of that, but they basically told me to go into a part of the building that was more private, because they saw people walking in, and they felt that these people might have been looking at me in some kind of way. or another, even though I wasn't, as I recall, not paying any attention whatsoever. I was actually oblivious to what these folks were doing, but they were kind of doing a manipulative kind of thing in their
Absolutely.
mind.
Absolutely. And the justification of, well, you made me angry, right? That whole, it was my, whatever it was my fault. I made him angry.
Yeah.
And I couldn't figure out why I could talk to, I had been a speaker for the education conferences, like state level conferences on hands-on science kind of things. I won a spot now longer than I wish to admit ago, right? But the Challenger program had admissions-based educators, and I won a ground spot as a mission-based educator, as a science teacher in middle school in Hawaii, which was great. But I couldn't figure out, if I could do all these amazing things, why couldn't I go through a day without my husband being angry at me?
Yeah, I definitely hear you on that. And one of the other things, I've actually talked about it on this platform as well as other platforms, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. And like I said, I consider myself more spiritual than religious. Not that I would knock anybody that has that more traditional Christian or Jesus-based kind of viewpoint of life and everything. But I do sometimes feel that there is, and this is just what I have brought up, and I wouldn't even say that it's strictly Christian. I've also seen it in Muslim and other religious sects and religious orientations as well, but that there can sometimes be a double standard. Because one of the things I've talked about on this show is that there is sometimes a belief that even in terms of sexuality, that women are supposed to be pure as driven snow, but then in the man group, they will tell the guys to go and basically, to borrow a line from an old R&B song, shop around. So that's almost like a message that is a mixed message, because you're telling one person, to one group of people, to go out there and basically flirt around, and you're telling the other group not to flirt around and to be
Right.
pure as driven snow, and that creates a mixed message. And then the other thing that I know happened in my life, and I don't know what your thoughts about this are, is that sometimes because certain people might be deeply religious and they're taught certain things about sexuality and about relationships and things of that nature, that if you get involved and if there's any sort of intimacy, then there's kind of the guilt trip thing that goes on as well, because you've done something that in some cases the church tells you you shouldn't have been doing, and therefore you then come back to your partner, or your partner comes back to you, and there's kind of this guilt trip thing going on as well. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about both of those, kind of the double standards that exist, and also how sometimes there can be a guilt trip thing that exists because of the way the church teaches about relationships and sexuality.
Absolutely. So when I was in high school, and then growing up in the church, we were very, I don't want to say brainwashed, but it was instilled in us that we needed to wear clothes that covered up the whole body, and they couldn't be too tight, and they couldn't be this, and they couldn't be that, because those boys are going to look at us and lust, and that will lead them to sin. And and well, what about the boys' responsibility to control themselves, right? So it's that double standard of, oh no, you have to dress so that you're not provocative, but but there's no responsibility for the boys at that point to to control themselves. So that was a huge double standard. And then some of the other just kind of crazy, we used to have this silly mantra of it's immoral, it's indecent, or it makes you fat. Those were the three, kind of being a little sarcastic toward the double standard. For women, it's either indecent, immoral, or it makes you fat. So, summing up all of those restrictive kind of patriarchal rules that just don't make a lot of sense in some cases.
No, I agree with you on that. And one of the other things, the church that used to meet at the Cultural Arts Center, or one of the cultural arts centers that I used to work at, they actually did a series around some of the powerhouse women in the church. And like I said, they might have some other views that I didn't necessarily agree with, but I was glad to see them, at least during a couple of their sermons, give honor to some of the women that I don't feel get enough due, even out of the Bible. Because definitely, I mean, of course, Mary gets a lot of due as the mother of
Right.
Jesus, but even there was a past guest that I had on that talked about some of her history as well, and how it was even more detailed than we give her credit for, and all of that. And then there was a
Right.
number of other women that are featured in the Bible, not just Eve, but also some of the other both minor and major characters that are in the Bible. But I was just wondering your thoughts as to whether you feel that even the women in the Bible get enough of their just dues.
I think that we focus a lot on um, perfection and what the ideal woman should be. And there's a passage that I was required to memorize in Proverbs 31 that talks about the ideal woman and all these things. And no one will ever live up to that. That's really it's a great role model,
Mhm.
but it's a role model. There's the unrealistic expectation that you're going to be perfect and that you're going to clothe your house with scarlet and make all your clothes by hand and all of these, the homemade bread and the whole, and all of that. But it's really unrealistic. And I think that even one of my favorite stories in the Bible is the story of Ruth, whose husband died, and then she went with her mother-in-law back to Israel, and the courageousness of her going with the less fortunate to gather as much grain as she could so that she and her mother-in-law would be able to survive, and then reaching out to Boaz, and then ending up falling in love and marrying him. The courage that it took for her to leave her homeland and everything that she knew to go with her mother-in-law, I think, is really underrated. Maybe
Mhm.
it's a good word, is the way to say that. But yeah, I think that we spend a lot of time talking about the men of the Bible, and not to say that they're not important,
Right.
but there were women who made some pretty important um con- pretty important what I'm trying to say, contributions. That's the word I'm trying to say. And in fact, Ruth is mentioned in the lineage. She's one of just a few women that are mentioned in the lineage of Jesus
Right.
in the book of Matthew, which is really speaks very highly of her contribution and what she went through to get to where she was. And so, um, she would be one of the women that I look up to after going through, all the things that I went through.
Yeah, definitely, I can understand that and everything. I was also wondering, what do you think about the role of society, also in terms of the attitudes that not just the church but society in general does? Because I would agree with you that there are some very unrealistic standards, and including some of the standards that we get from mainstream society. I mean, there's definitely kind of the images that we get from advertising and from some of the mass media and everything that is also very unrealistic as well. So I was just wondering your thoughts about that and some of the ways that you try to counter that, because definitely, I'm a big supporter, and my mom, even though she's retired, ran a major foundation and was and when she was married to my dad, was a working mom, and definitely
Yeah,
after divorce and everything was still involved in that working space. And I consider her even one of my role models, along with my aunt and some other people. Well, a couple of my aunts, actually all my aunts.
that's great.
But definitely, I was wondering your thoughts about society's view of just women in general, and even some of the positive role models in your own life.
So, I teach at a school it's a Title I inner city school. And I was assigned this year with very little experience.
Mhm.
I was assigned to teach kids who don't speak English,
Mhm.
and they have been in the US less than 5 years. And listening to them and the way that they treat each other and the expectations for the girls are so much different than the expectations for the boys. You know, the girls are just there. They're supposed to learn, but, you know, if they get through 8th grade and then, you know, maybe they'll go to high school, maybe they'll drop out and have children but the boys have to go to school and they have to learn and they have to play football or soccer or rugby or whatever, you know, whatever kind of sport. And just the differences there are, I had a hard time with the differences. And the kids would say, well, what do you think, miss? And I said, well, I think that I teach technology and the computer doesn't care what gender you are.
Right.
You know, and the people on the other side of the screen, you know, if you're coding games or making videos or whatever, they're judging you by content, not by what you look like.
Right.
And so I spend a lot of time with content and what are you presenting that other people can see or can read, and are you doing, you know, are you putting your best work out? You know, you may have limited English, okay, fine, but did you use the spell checker?
Right.
And I always tease them. That's why God invented the spell checker.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. God invented a lot of amazing things that we use on a regular basis, including the computer and everything. I do remember when I went to college, and this was back in the early 80s, there was even that thought that some people might have been going there to get the quote unquote Miss degree and all of that.
Absolutely.
And I was just wondering, do you think that that is still prevalent in this era, or is that something that was more of a 60s, 70s, 80s, 50s kind of thing? Or do you think that that is still going on? Because based on what you were saying about some of these people from other countries, there might be some folks that are actually going to school in order to find their spouse and have their family. But I was also reading an article recently, or maybe I was seeing something online where they were talking about more and more people, and this was even before the pandemic, were waiting later and later in life to have kids, because there's been some cases of folks definitely in their 40s, and there might have been some even later than that, but definitely in their 40s that were having kids because they wanted to get their career on track before they even started having families. So I was just wondering some of your thoughts about those directions of society as well.
Now, there are still pockets of very conservative people. In fact, I had a roommate in college who we used to laugh about, if you don't meet the right man in 4 years, then you have to go to grad school. You know, so it's really unfortunate, but there are people who still believe that, you know, the whole point of being female or being a woman is that you should be married and you should have, you know, the 2.5 children and the dog and the cat and the white picket fence. And that's, again, those expectations that sometimes we place them on ourselves, and we believe what society tells us, that you have to look like, you know, you have to look like J-Lo, or you have to be this, you know, this or that. But from my experience and the kids that I teach, they're just happy to have somebody listen to them and just, you know, just talk with them about all sorts of things. And, you know, some days the lesson goes through, and some days we talk about the universal church of the spaghetti monster that is alive on the internet. And, you know, sometimes we can't believe everything that we read or that we see. And so we have to kind of use our minds to filter through these things. And so it challenges me to be a better person, to not propagate the way that I was raised, and even for my own daughter, to not have those unrealistic expectations.
It's interesting you say that, because I know that I've talked to friends of mine that are in that youth activism space, and it's actually in my opinion that some of these youth leaders, whether that's Black Lives Matter or climate change, because I'm actually a big fan of Miss Greta and others, are actually probably more, while there's a double-edged sword. On one side, they're very much caught up in that like culture, meaning that they have to have a certain amount of likes on social media and all of that. But at the opposite side of that, they seem to be very much a very inclusive kind of society. And I know that sometimes not everybody in the Christian community likes that word, but they do seem to be more open to conversations around everything from race relations to orientation to climate change to a number of other things. So it seems like this is a much more liberal age range, this group that is coming up now in terms of the Gen Zs. I think that's the last group that's out there, whatever else is out there.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering
Gen Z.
your thoughts about that and whether you agree that this seems to be a more, for lack of a better term, progressive generation in terms of being open to new ideas and new thoughts and everything, but they are also caught up in that whole like culture of wanting to be popular, and that has raised some issues around their mental health and all of that. But I'd love to hear your thoughts about both of those issues.
Absolutely. So, my daughter is 16, so we are in the midst of all of this, right? So, basically, and from my classroom, those likes are so important, and who you're watching and subscribe to my channel and all these things. And those are really important. But with all of the inclusiveness, there's a fiscal conservativeness to them, right? And so it's really funny. We will talk about the fact that, the welfare state and all these things that people use to, and my take on those kinds of things teaching at a Title I school is, look, if we don't take care of these children, where are they going to go after this? Right. So we need to teach them now, and we can help them get dental work and glasses, and we feed them because we're decent human beings.
Right.
So we take care of them, but at the same time, the kids are like, oh, we can do that, but the people with money are going to pay for that. No, but that's part of your tax money.
Right.
And they're like, no, I don't want to do that then. Never mind. If it's my money, then never mind. And so inclusion is good as long as it doesn't affect their pocketbook, right? Has been my experience. All these programs are great. We should help people right up until, well, who's going to pay for that? Or who's going to staff that? Or who's going to, maybe we shouldn't do that. So it's kind of an interesting conundrum that they have made for themselves. But I would agree with you that they're very inclusive. The kids in my classroom, if someone comes in a wheelchair or someone has crutches, here you can sit here. They're very, very well able to adapt to different languages and different belief systems. But as long as it doesn't affect their wallet, we're all good.
Yeah, I definitely see that, where they would definitely be impacted by their wallet and all of that. The other thing that I've oftentimes been fascinated, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. You mentioned even when your ex-husband, and I don't know about the current husband and everything, but the other thing that fascinates me sometimes about the religious community, and I'm not saying all of them, is how even though arranged marriages is something that we think about more as an Eastern thing, and a lot of times if you get involved or you're dating somebody of religious background, a lot of times the church will try to plan an idea that they're almost like, I won't call it quite arranged marriage, but they're trying to encourage you to get together. Now, whether they're using quote unquote prophecy or whether they're using other things to be their mode of putting their message out that y'all need to be together, I oftentimes find it fascinating, because I know a couple of times, and I'm still single even in my late 50s, going to a couple of the more conservative churches in terms of like what people might call prosperity ministries and things of that nature, and definitely some of the more fundamentalist kind of churches in terms of like speaking of tongues and things of that along those lines.
Right.
And folks would come up to you and they'd be like, I've already got it prophesized in my head that you're going to do this and that in terms of a career, but also this and that in terms of relationships. And sometimes just as one that might have just started, as you were talking about, even in your early dating with the ex-husband and everything, I'm just going in my mind going like, I'm still trying to decide if I like the woman, much less if I like their children, if they've got children and everything. Right. But they're already trying to create a scenario of you being in this long-term relationship. Right. And I think part of that is because of the indoctrination that exists within churches that everybody is supposed to be paired together and have their soulmate, their twin flame, which I've also heard is a term used, and everything along those lines.
Oh,
But I'm
I've
just
never
wondering,
heard that one, but okay. Never heard that twin flame. I'll have to borrow that one. That's an interesting expression. I like that.
but what are some of your thoughts about how sometimes the church itself, or whether that's the elders, the prophets in the church, or the number of the gospel singers, a number of other folks, can sometimes try to insert themselves into your relationships? I guess that's the best way of putting it.
Absolutely. So when my ex-husband and I were dating, we only dated for 6 months before we got married, which is just not nearly long enough.
Right.
But the minister of the single adult minister would teach us all about, it's better to marry than to burn with lust and all this kind of stuff. And I really feel like sometimes I gave in to peer pressure, or
Right.
I gave in, and there was even, like, my grandfather would say something like, "Oh, now how old are you now? And you're not married yet? You're an old maid now." And I'm thinking, I'm 24. What does that have to do with anything? I live in Hawaii. I have a job. I'm gainfully employed. I'm teaching children. Now, granted, I might grade a few English papers on the beach on a Saturday morning, but it doesn't make me irresponsible.
Yeah.
How am I an old, I'm like, not old enough to be an old maid yet, so I think that was part of the pressure of, you have to find this person, and then sitting in the emergency room, the doctors and then the detectives came in and they said, "Is there somebody you should call?" And when I called my parents, the first words were, "What did you do?"
Wow.
"You have to fix this." "No, there is no fix to this. They're asking me and telling me that he tried to kill me. There's no fix to that."
Mm-hmm.
So that there are lines, right? You shouldn't stay married to someone who wants to kill you. That's
No,
not
I
a good
definitely,
place to stay.
yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. You don't need to be in any kind of abusive situation and all that. I was actually going to share, and I hope that it pulls up, but this is actually a piece that my dad did and everything. And I think that it's actually kind of along the lines of what you were talking about, because my dad is an artist and all of that. But as you can tell, these are installation pieces, and they were using the fire symbol and everything. And it was actually
Right.
in reference to the mass shootings and everything. But he was talking about how a lot of times when we would have those mass shootings, or we would have like any tragedy that involved guns and everything, there would always be that concept of thoughts and prayers. They would want their thoughts and prayers with you, but there was no action behind the thoughts and prayers. It was just the thoughts and prayers
Absolutely.
themselves and everything. So he created this installation piece that he basically kind of like created at different places. Some art places that knew he was coming, and some that he kind of snuck them in. But as you can tell, it's kind of that whole fire thing and everything. But as
I
he got
love that. That's great.
but I was just
That's
wondering,
amazing.
but it sounds to me like a lot of what your book is about is that same kind of attitude as what my dad was doing when he did this installation several years back and everything. So my dad
Absolutely.
definitely did this, and definitely it's one of my favorite pieces of his where he called them art bombs, and he definitely stuck them at various venues. And like I said, some cases the venue knew about it and welcomed it, and in some cases he installed them without permission, but definitely was trying to get the message out there and all of that. But I was
Absolutely.
just wondering your thoughts about that, because it sounds to me like that's basically what your book is saying, is that you were getting a lot of those kind of things where people were
Right.
offering you these platitudes, but they weren't necessarily giving you any real action in terms of
Right.
actionable things that you could do and everything. And we do know that oftentimes, I don't care what the disaster is, we even saw that to some degree during this pandemic, where people will bond together during a tragedy, but then as soon as the tragedy is over, everybody goes back to their crazy ways and all
Oh,
of that. So I
absolutely.
would love to hear your
Absolutely.
thoughts about both how we deal with tragedy in the lives and everything, but also how a lot of times we use the Bible or whatever our holy book is, and give these kind of empty platitudes, but don't really
Absolutely.
have any real solutions.
Absolutely. And I've been writing for a magazine and doing some blogging and that kind of thing. And one of my favorite pieces is feet to your prayers. It's nice to pray for somebody, but when I was homeless and being stalked and calling the military police to go get clean clothes for myself and my baby, I would have loved a case of diapers
Right.
or someone to just hug me and take me to Dunkin' Donuts up here in Rhode Island, or Starbucks, or just some human contact that's not going to be discussing, oh, you shouldn't have, or he shouldn't have, or just. And one lady took me out and bought me an outfit of clothes to wear to court because I didn't have anything and I couldn't go to my apartment to get it. But those kinds of practical things. And if you don't know anybody who is going through that kind of a situation, there are homeless shelters and domestic violence victim shelters that would love gift cards or personal deodorants and all these things that I didn't have any of that when I left, nor could I go get it easily. And I didn't have money to go get it either. So any of those things that are just practical, you don't have to, risk your life and go to court with them or whatever, but a $5 Starbucks card would be awesome. A package of diapers or wipes, or a new toy for my kid who's a year and a half old and has no idea why we're sleeping in somebody else's house.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What is your thoughts about, because I know that there's one in Virginia. One of my friends was doing her show and she had the people involved in it. I think it's called the Natalie House. And here we had one that used to be called the Genesis Home, even though I think they changed their name and everything. But what is your thoughts about some of these centers that are more women oriented? And do you feel that those are good centers? And did you have any experiences with those? Because I know that a lot of times that when people are going through those domestic abuse kind of situations, they need kind of that support system behind them.
I had that through the Navy's Family Services group was really good, and their counselors were really helpful. Unfortunately, the women's shelters where I was living at that point were full, and I got an "I'm sorry, but there's no room for you." And so I think there's absolutely a place for women's shelters. And for someone who was abused by a man to have to go to a shelter that has men and women, I think that would be so triggering, to use a generation, to use the Gen Z word,
Right.
but I needed a place that was quiet and a place that I could process everything that had happened to me and do some reading and soul searching. And I'm really glad that I got help through the Navy Family Advocacy Program, but absolutely the women's shelters can do a great job.
Now, there's another stereotype that exists as well. I remember I had a friend of mine that went through, and I think she eventually married a minister, if I remember it correctly and everything, but she went through kind of a abusive situation as well. And this was probably about a decade, if not a little bit more than a decade ago, and all of that. But, she went through the court system, and there's this stereotype that exists that women get the better side of the deal in the court system. And I do know that sometimes men may feel that way as well, but I would actually argue that it's probably not fair on a lot of levels, because I think that the court system is a total rehaul just in general because of the things that are revolving around racism, sexism, and a number of other things that exist. But I was just wondering your thoughts about the legal system as far as how it treats domestic violence victims. Not so much because we already talked a little bit about the police, but just also the court system in general. Because the stereotype is that, that the man will get the short end of the stick, even though I've known some cases where the woman got the obvious short end of the stick. I even know. I just wondering your thoughts about how the court system treats people both in domestic violence as well as when they are being divorced or separated.
So, I was frustrated by the court system. I mean, I had bruises, and my ex-husband was, spewing all sorts of threats, and my attorney even had to get an extra bailiff to be in the courtroom with us because he was trying to intimidate me from across the room, and it made me and my attorney feel unsafe. But the judge didn't allow me to leave Washington State. The judge said, you have to stay here because he deserves visitation with your child. And I said, but he had never been the primary caregiver of our child, and he didn't know how to parent whatsoever. And it was just awful. She would come back to me after spending some hours with him under supervised visitation, sunburnt or, poison ivy or some other, just crazy stuff. But the judge gave him every opportunity, and it was just so frustrating. And basically what I was told was that he hurt me, but he didn't hurt her, and he didn't hurt me bad enough to not have rights to her. And so the judge ordered supervised visitation.
Wow. One of the other things I mentioned, Kim, and that's one of the founders of Pod TV, formerly International Broadcast Media, but also Nick Palveda is another founder, and Nick Palveda is a attorney himself. I think it's more outside of domestic court or even criminal court and all of that. I think it's more in that financial space and pensions and all of that. But I know that one of the things that they talk about regularly is how they feel that the education system is 18th century oriented, even though we're in the 21st century. And you are a technology teacher, but you also might have some thoughts about that in reference to even how we teach in the school system about relationships, about just kind of like the whole social means of man-female relationships and a number of other things. But I would love to know your thoughts as to whether we even do enough jobs of letting kids know what to do if they see their parents involved in an abusive situation and things of that nature. So I would love to hear your thoughts about where we are as a society in our education, including the education around important issues. Because I know they talk about that they would like to have more fiscal responsibility, like more financial planning lessons. And I do remember those in the early days of school when I was going, where there might be courses in like those parachute kind
in
of
high
courses.
school. Yes. So in high school, some of the high schools are committed to a financial literacy program where the kids learn how to write a check and balance a checkbook. And just because you have checks left in the book does not mean that you still have money. Right. So, that you have to keep track of how much money that you're pulling out with your ATM card and all these kind of things. So those classes are really important, but unfortunately not every kid gets to take those. And where I sit in the middle school, we talk about dating violence and we talk about domestic abuse, but we only talk about it in health class. That's like one unit of, the whole year, and you get 8 or 9 weeks of health. And there's, the anti-drugs and anti-dating violence and all the other things. And I would have to agree, it's not nearly enough. And this last year, teaching kids who, teaching in a Title I school, we had a volunteer dentist come through, and what some of those children have had to endure just based on what the teeth and the level of abuse that you could tell that they had endured by the shape of their mouth and their teeth was just gut wrenching. And I don't think that we do enough to tell them that there is help for them.
No, I agree with you. We don't do enough there. And actually, even during the pandemic, I know that I live in an apartment complex and they were giving away, healthy lunches for primarily the kids, even though some of us adults got them as well. So I definitely
Right.
picked up 2 or 3 of them on occasion. I didn't go like every day or anything, but I did
Right.
go maybe 2 or 3 times and pick up one of those boxes. And I was actually surprised at some of the elements that were in there. Yes, there were bananas and things that were definitely healthy living, but there was also like those juice bars, and I'm sitting there going like, this is supposed to be a healthy diet and everything, and I'm like, I don't know that a juice bar is and canned sugar is actually a healthy item to have in this health package. So I do sometimes wonder if we don't even give mixed messages with some of the healthy items that we're supposedly giving kids, whether it was during the pandemic or even before the pandemic and everything. But as a teacher, I was wondering
Absolutely.
your thoughts about that. Because sometimes when I look at these, and I've got I don't have any kids of my own, but I have 2 nephews that are 12 and 13 as of August, or they'll be 12 and 13 in August. And I know that they were taught very early by my dad, their granddad, to actually be engaged and to learn at a very young age. Now, I know that there's some people that argue that there was no need for them to start learning about bugs and animals and plants when they were like, I won't say toddlers, but definitely maybe in their early ages of around 1 or 2, and maybe even earlier than that, because of that whole concept of what the brain can pick up. But my dad's one of
Absolutely.
those people, and he is a former professor that believes that they can learn even at that age, and he's continuing to teach them even to this day. And knowing my dad, he'll probably be teaching them as long as he's here on the planet. So if he makes it to
Absolutely.
100, he'll be teaching them that whole time, and the same with their dad, my brother.
Absolutely. Yep. I before my daughter could talk, I taught her sign language.
Hmm.
And so if she was hungry, she would sign. If she wanted more, thirsty,
Right.
so that she could communicate with me. And she, up until about a year, until she learned how to talk, she and I would sign more and potty and all this other kind of stuff. And, she loved the aquariums. Atlanta has a beautiful aquarium that,
Right.
that we've been to a couple of times, and she would just to drink in all of that knowledge, that thirst for knowledge. I think that's so important that, and that we give the kids a good background,
Mhm.
because without that background, and I see it every day, and to your food point, there are some lessons that we can learn with food.
Right.
So I teach a lesson on spreadsheets where the
Mhm.
kids get a little bag of M&Ms,
Right.
and they have to like write down the colors and the numbers. Then we make it into a pie chart. And once I check their pie chart, then they can eat the M&Ms.
Okay.
So we do that kind of stuff. But we also made a solar oven,
Hmm.
and we made s'mores in the solar oven. And I don't know if you've ever tried to explain what a s'more is to kids who don't speak English, but that was a trip and a half.
Yeah, I'm sure
Miss,
that was. I'm sure
why
that
do
had to
you
be a challenge.
why do you put the crackers in the, why do you put the cookies in there? And we watched it melt the chocolate and make the marshmallow gooey. But those kinds of experiences, those interactive kind of things, are so important for them to learn and to experience on their own. What happens if I don't put the lid on it? Well, then the bugs are going to get in it and you're not going to be able to eat it. We made ice cream in a Ziploc bag.
Right.
And we talked about the heat transfer with the salt water and the ice, and making the milk mixture cold, and it made a really good milkshake. And but these experiences in education, these hands-on things, are so important for them to learn, and the excitement of, look what we made today, and it, yeah, they got to eat ice cream, but they made it themselves.
Yeah, that's great. They got to make it themselves and everything. I know one of the other things that sometimes comes up in conversations around church and religion is the role of activism within that space. Of course, the Reverend Martin Luther King was a great activist. I'm actually family friends. You know, he's actually friends with my mom, and I would consider him definitely somebody that knows me, and I know him as well. Reverend Barber, who's leading the Poor People's Campaign, and then there are people like my good friend Carl Kinney, who is definitely a self-avowed liberation theologist and all of that. So as one that was in that church community, what were the ways that you were taught about activism, even within the church space? And is that something that you even consider some of the work that you're doing now to be part of, as part of that activism lineage? Because as I recall, Rosa Parks was also very active in her church and all of that. And definitely there were other folks as well. So I was just wondering your thoughts about the role of the church within activism, whether that's in domestic violence, civil rights, or a number of other places that it has had a large history in.
So I would have to tell you that I probably lost a job. One of my very first teaching jobs I lost because I went to visit my now ex-husband at one of the ports that their submarine visited.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the last day of school, and I cut out early when I shouldn't have, and I came back and they fired me because I shouldn't have put my husband and my family in front of my job. And that's not right. My family is always going to come before my job.
Right.
And so that the idea that women are not second-class citizens,
right.
Fighting back against my own cognitive distortion that we started with, where the principal guidance counselor said, she's not very bright. Well, that was a challenge to me. So now I have 2 master's degrees, and I've been teaching for 17 years, and I'm a published author. So take that, but you can do these things. It's not easy.
Right.
And the kids are like, but it's hard. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. But it's worth it once once you're there. And so, the idea that, so you grew up on a farm. Yeah, I did too. But that doesn't mean that you have to stay there. You grew up in poverty. Lots of kids do. Get an education, get what I can give you, and move on. I had a conversation with a student the other day. Nice kid, Arabic, very devout Muslim family, and he wants to go into computer programming, and good for him. And I was explaining to him that because of the way that the rules are written now, he's going into high school this next year.
Right.
And because of the way that the rules are written, that if he gets good grades, he will not only get a college scholarship, but companies like Northrop Grumman or some of the other, my husband now calls them the Beltway Bandits, right? The Raytheon and some of them.
Right.
But they will pay these kids $20,000 to $30,000 a year along with their full ride to college, because they're just looking for people who can do that and people who will put the work in. And so I was explaining to him that this is how you can do that. And he looked at me and he went, "Miss, that's incredible." And I said, "But you have to be willing to put in, the work now. They're not just going to give you this. You have to, show that you can do it." "Oh, I will, miss, I will." But there are opportunities for kids who will work for that, but you have to be willing to, the next American Idol or the next football star, you might make it, but hard work will make you so much more successful.
Oh yeah, no doubt about that. It's interesting you mentioned the farm background, and actually my parents grew up in a well, my mom particularly grew up in a farm environment and all of that in rural North Carolina. And my grandparents were definitely into that farm community, having land that had a lot of different kind of crops and all of that. And I definitely remember there, even going to school in rural North Carolina, where I remember that sometimes we lived in the city limits. Of course, the folks were running a radio station, a small community radio station. But I remember that the first couple of months of going to school, there might be a few of us in class because everybody else was working in the field. So that first couple
Yeah.
of weeks, we were the small minority that was in school, and then the rest of them would
Yes.
come after the crops had gotten pulled and were ready to be into the winter season and all of that. So I definitely remember
Yeah.
that is one of my own school environment backgrounds. But the other thing that I remember is definitely going to. I was watching news yesterday on one of our local stations, and they were talking to a young lady who has her family farm, and she is going to be the sixth generation, and it looks like she will actually be following in that farm generation. Family background, like she will be the next generation, and she's hoping that if she has
Good for
kids
her.
and grandkids, that they will follow behind her. But it does look like she will be, or is, she's already the sixth generation in that business, but it looks like she's going to continue that trend. But one of the things that I love that the reporter found out that her parents said was that they gave her the option to choose. So basically,
Right.
if they were not trying to like say that you have to go into the family business, but this is the farm, this is what we have. If you choose to go into it,
Right.
and I think she might have been the only child, so that the fact that they even gave her the choice said a lot about their character as
Absolutely.
well, because it's not like they had other kids that there was a choice, but that one of them
Right.
could take it and the other one couldn't. But as I recall the story, I think she was the only child. But it does look like as the story was progressing that she definitely had a love for the chickens, a love for the whole agricultural situation, and she was walking around with the reporter. And it definitely sounds like that is something that she will go into. But it's good to hear folks that have those options and are encouraged to go
Absolutely.
follow their own dream. And it doesn't have to be the dream of the parents and all of that.
Right.
It does sound promising that she was going in there. I think it's the Coral, Correll farm. And I actually want to say that I got one of their products one time because I get the produce box, which is kind of like those products that you get that have vegetables,
Yes.
things of that nature. And I want to say that that might have been one of the people that was providing strawberries because I know they were getting them from different places around. But for some reason, when I was
Nice.
watching that story, it seemed like a familiar name, but it could have been a similar name, but it definitely sounded like the same name farm and all of that. But I'd love to hear your stories about growing up in that farm environment and at what point did you know that you did not want to be either a farmer's, well, you were a farmer's daughter, but you didn't want to be a farmer or a farmer mom and everything. So at what
Yeah.
point did you make up that decision that farm to borrow from an old TV show, Green Acres? At what point did you make up that decision that farm life was not for you?
Absolutely. I think I was in middle school, and my dad who is now 80 years old, but back when he graduated from high school, he was the president of Future Farmers of America, and he had a scholarship to Cornell University back in the day, and all this kind of stuff. And he didn't want to be a farmer. He said it was a lot of work, and but he went to cooking school, and my dad is an amazing cook. Um, and so I would go visit my friends who lived on farms, and one of my friends became the dairy princess, one of the dairy princesses for New York State. And I thought, well, that's cool, but she had to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and all the makeup and all the appearances and all this kind of stuff, besides the family farm, because besides all of the milking the cows and making sure that the truck came to get the milk and all of the hay and feeding of the cows and all that stuff. And I'm thinking, this is a lot of work. I think it's not really what I want to do. And they smell, and it was just one of those, yeah, this is not for me at all. No. Um,
See,
but that being said, I do with my family now. We actually go back to upstate New York, and the cherries and strawberries are in season now. So we will pick a whole lot of cherries and can them, and the cherry jam and the fresh strawberry jam. And there is nothing like grandpa's cherry pie with the, fresh out of the oven kind of thing. Absolutely.
and you
So,
mentioned And I noticed that one of the other things that you mentioned in your bio and everything, which I guess the farm girl hasn't totally escaped you, because you mentioned that you've got, and I don't have any right now, but I've had pets in the past, and I'm always a big fan of cats. So I know you've got cats, but you've also got Skittles the rabbit. So rabbit is more of a farm animal and all of that. So I'd love to hear about your pet life as well, because I definitely think that a lot of folks are always fascinated by people and their pets. I remember that when I had Jazzy, which was the last cat that I had, and everything, because I've always had a love of music. So of course I was going to give the cat a musical type name and everything. But that's been a long time ago since I last had a cat, and I was actually looking at some of the adoption places and thinking, yes, I'm due for a cat. And
Yeah.
mom actually had a dog recently. Dad's dog passed years ago, and he's
Oh,
never gone back and got another dog. But mom had a dog recently, but it was too big a dog for her because she's in her 80s as
yeah.
well. So she realized that that dog was probably not the right size for her. So she's, as she puts it, she's looking for another dog, but she hasn't had a dog like give her that feeling that it was time to adopt her or to claim her
That's true.
as her house and
Yeah.
everything. But she definitely
Yes.
knew that the dog that she got, that I think my brother gave her, was too big a dog for her to manage, and she gave it away. And definitely
That
the
makes
new
sense.
owners are treating her very well, and she's glad that the dog is in a much better home and
That's
everything.
great. So we have two. What I didn't know is that rabbits bond for life. So, they find their soulmate, and then that's it. They bond for life. And so we have two pairs of rabbits. One is Benny and Agnes. And Benny came along because my daughter and my husband were allergic to cats, they said. So we couldn't possibly have a cat. Let's get a rabbit. They're litter box trained. You can keep them in the house in an enclosure. We can let it around, and it can, it binkies and it sits up on the couch with us and all this kind of stuff. And so we got Benny. And then, bunnies are really social creatures, so they can't live by themselves. People don't do well single either
Right.
sometimes. So we took Benny speed dating, and Benny picked out Agnes. And so Benny and Agnes are the little old couple that live in our living room in their little house. And every now and then we hear Agnes huff at Benny. She gets really irritated with him when he doesn't do whatever it was that she wants. And so she will hop around him, make circles, and she'll huff at him. And every now and then she'll get really angry and she'll stomp her foot. And it shouldn't be funny, but it really is funny. But I
It's
think the best is when you give them like a cherry or a strawberry because they're white
mhm.
and you can see the juices drip down, so it makes them look almost carnivores. And so we have a good time with giving them the strawberry hulls or the parts of the cherry, and it's really fun. And then the other two are Storm and Svetlana. So my daughter and I were having a mom and daughter day. We had gone to this cute little cafe, and we were having tea, and there was a little pet store next door. So we went in and we were looking at the rabbit, and there was this wilted piece of celery, and the rabbit was really tiny, and the all the things that we had learned about rabbits,
Mhm.
they need bigger enclosures and all of these things, and they're social. And so here's this little tiny bunny, and he's got this wilted piece of celery and a few pieces of hay. And I called my husband and went, I can't do it. I can't leave him here. And so he became Storm. He was supposed to be a mini French Lop, and now he weighs about 10 pounds, and there's nothing mini about Storm. He's about the same size as our cat. And
Wow.
so then during COVID, or right before COVID, one of the local rabbit rescues had a bunny that is special needs. And we laugh that Svetlana is Storm's Russian bride.
Okay.
She's the Angora lion head, except she's all white, except she has a little brown eyeliner around each eye. And she's very beautiful, except that she has a disease that's attacking her brain and her nervous system. So she will run full speed and then not stop fast enough and hit the wall. And so it's kind of sad, but we love her and she is living her best life. You know, she has good veterinary care and all that kind of stuff. But every now and then she will get out of her enclosure and she will go over and taste test the metal hinges on the bedroom door. I couldn't tell you why. That's just a Svetlana thing. And so, but she and Storm are very happy together. And she is living her best life at this point. You know, she runs around and so I let them out of their cages or their enclosures when I'm getting ready for work in the morning. And so they have their morning run time, and then they get a grape or a strawberry or a cherry or something. And then they know it's time to go back into their little house, because then, you know, it's treat time.
No, it sounds amazing. It definitely sounds like fun animals and everything. I was actually thinking about a friend of mine who is a photographer that lives in the town of Wake Forest, and he had one of those animals that did that as well. I think it was a dog, if I'm remembering correctly, but it would sometimes run into wall spaces and things of that nature. And I'm sure that probably your rabbit does the same thing, because they will then, I remember that me and a friend were visiting him and his wife and their 2 kids, and I think that one of the in-laws was staying with, or maybe it was his, I think it was an in-law. One of the in-laws was staying with them as well. And I just remember that literally the dog ran head first into the wall and everything, and then it turned around and gave you that look as if I meant to do that. So I'm sure that your rabbit does that well as well, where it gives you that look like, no, that was intentional. That was not accidental. I meant to do
She
that.
shakes it off and runs off. We laugh about the Mayhem commercial where Mayhem is out jogging. He's
Right.
out keeping that at 10. So we laugh that Svetlana jogs around our bedroom, and she's out keeping that at 10. So we have some good jokes and some good laughs about with the bunnies. And then Skittles the cat and Storm are friends. Storm will lay right next to her and she will groom him like he's her kitten, and it's really cute. The
It
two of
sounds
them
like
are.
it's a cute family environment and everything. I'm still trying to get past this concept of you talking about speed dating rabbits. So I'm trying to picture like how you go to a event where you're speed dating the rabbit. So I'm assuming there were other rabbit courtiers or other rabbit participants that were involved, and that they picked the rabbit that they wanted, just like the human speed dating. So I'm trying to figure out how this whole concept works.
Okay, so we took our rabbit to another rabbit rescue, and they would put him in an enclosure, and they would put another rabbit in the enclosure with him. And if they had certain behaviors, then they would get along. But if they started to kind of, try to one dominating the other, then that was not a match. And so we try the next one or the next one, and until there was somewhat of a match. Just like human speed dating, it doesn't always work the first time. You have to, it takes time to pick the right mate. So
No doubt about that. And I've heard people that have tried. I was actually invited to go to one of those human speed dating things, and I'm going like, this sounds like a little bit too much work. It's bad enough trying to get dates in either bars, churches, or the work environments, and some of the places that people are used to going to dates. And I'm sitting there going like, wait a minute. So we're going to add a whole competition element as well. So I mean, not as if there's not competition enough in the dating world, but then you're going to like make it an actual competition and have to fill out forms and all of that. So I've chickened out so far, but I do know some of the organizers, so they may eventually talk me into it. But so far, I have managed to chicken out of those speed dating environments.
That's got to be a lot of pressure, trying to introduce yourself and make yourself, I don't know, appealing to the person that you have like 5 minutes with or 10 minutes with. That's got to be a lot of pressure.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that's way too much pressure, way too much. Like, then you're going to second guess yourself, because we do enough of that just in life in general. I'm sure that you've even gone through that before you met your husband and everything, and definitely before the first husband. But you're always going through that second guessing process. I oftentimes talk about the fact that I oftentimes feel that we sometimes talk ourselves out of good situations. It's kind of like what we do even with our restaurants and things of that nature, because I know that I have talked myself out of jobs, but I've also talked myself out of relationships as well, where you're sitting there going like, I don't, you beating yourself into like losing the battle before the battle has even begun. And I've done that definitely in jobs, and I've done that in social environments. And ironically, in some of the cases, folks have come up to me afterwards and been like, you do know that so and so liked you as well. And I'm sitting there going like, well, you were supposed to be my friend. Why didn't you tell me that during the time?
Did you not? You have told me that a little bit ago. Yeah. And we do self-sabotage. You know, one of the things that I've been thinking about a lot lately is that, you know, we prepare ourselves a lot for failure. We're always ready to fail. But my book is in the top 10,000 of Amazon's self-help books.
Right.
And I'm headed to Barbados the next month to be able to be interviewed for a magazine, you know, for a magazine article. We don't prepare ourselves for success.
Right.
It's, you know, it's, oh yeah, well, it didn't work, so I guess, you know, that was what was supposed to happen. But I'm learning that it's okay to be successful, and it's, you know, this is great to be successful.
No, I agree with you. What are some of the things that you have done in order to stop your self-sabotage? Because I know that I've definitely, as I mentioned it before, self-sabotaged myself. There have been cases where there might have been romances that I was interested in that I have not pursued because I had already told myself that they weren't interested in me, or vice versa. So what are some of the ways that you have gone through stopping the self-sabotage? Because I know that whether it's both your current relationship or your past relationship or even your relationship with your daughter, that there are times that you are probably self-sabotaging, because I know that I have done self-sabotage. So I was just wondering, what are some of the ways that you get around and try to stop yourself from self-sabotaging?
So one of the ways, and you know, spending a bunch of time in therapy, but one of the ways is taking it out, and I like this word, ridiculousness, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the worst that could happen? Well, let's see. The person could say no. The world could explode in a fiery ball. You know, the sun could explode. The world will explode. You know, my car will not start. You know, so taking it all the way out to what's the worst thing that you could possibly think of. The floor would swallow me up right now. You know, so trying to make it so that my negative thought becomes silly.
Gotcha.
Right? Like, am I going to get fired for this? Probably not. You know, that would be kind of the ridiculous. So what's the consequence of, you know, what really could happen? The kids could learn. I could figure out a way that something works or doesn't work in that case. And we move on. We learn together. And the same is true with my daughter. I wish, you know, I'd like to say that everything I do is always great, but, you know, as a parent of a 16-year-old girl, not so much, you know, but taking that to what's the worst that could happen. We went on a camping trip and she came back with like 45 mosquito bites. That's probably the worst that could happen. But we had a really good time right up until she got bitten all those times with the mosquitoes at the national park, you know. So taking it to kind of logic and that piece of trying to separate the emotions. What happens if? And that really has helped me.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What advice would you give to somebody? Like I said, I don't have any, and you know, at 59, about to hit 60, probably won't have it happen unless some young woman comes into my life that is still of those childbearing years, and even then, I'm not sure I'd want to be the grandfather, dad, and everything. But so it's probably not going to happen. But like I said, my brother does have my preteen nephews, and they're about to be, well, it sucks. One of them will be 13, so he's about to be a teenager. But you know, when I think of real teenage years, that's more like 15, 16, and beyond and everything. So what advice would you give to somebody that is about to enter into the space of having teenage children. So like I said, there is a year separating my two nephews. So one's 11 and 12, and they're about to be 12 and 13. So they're about to have two teenage kids.
Oh,
And the good thing is that he did get a little bit of experience because he is been married before. Like I said, I've never been married, but he's been married twice and is now possibly getting married again. But the second marriage is the one that he had the kids by, and this
right.
last one, she had teenage kids. So they've actually,
Gotcha.
one of them is in college and the other one is in high school, I believe. So he's definitely had some of the experience of teenagers, but it's not the same as your own. So what advice would you give to anybody
True.
who's getting ready to enter into that teenage parenting space?
Um, so first, don't have teenagers if you can help it, right? But honestly, the kids that I teach, the 13, 14, 15-year-olds that I teach, they really don't know why they're doing what they're doing. Why did you do that? I don't know. Sometimes they really just don't know.
Right.
And it's just impulse because they have no clue. Body is that their body is growing and they have no idea how to control it at some points. And so that's really tough for some people to understand is, if they tell you they don't know, they really might not know why they did whatever it was. It just occurred to them and there is no filter. So here you go. Here I am. But my other piece of advice is just, with the pandemic, you see people going, take the trip,
Right.
do the fun stuff. My husband and my daughter used to go out for dad-daughter, it's his stepdaughter, but they
Right.
went out to Home Depot and built whatever the toy was for the month. They had dad-daughter Saturdays, and they did the ropes course at the local Fields of Fire with the laser tag and that kind of stuff. Go have fun with them. Enjoy the time. It won't all be, happy, but make those happy memories because that's what we remember. And, honestly, after the horrific, domestic violence things that I've gone through, one of my favorite things to do now is to make scrapbooks full of those happy memories and those happy times that we can spend together to remember those things, because those are the things that we hold on to when the times get bad.
I definitely agree with you on that. It's interesting you mentioned that because this coming Tuesday, my dad goes on the beach trip, but my mom will be going up to the mountains with my two nephews, with my younger brother Malik, as well as his lady friend, as well as the teenage son that I was talking about, and of course, like I mentioned, my two nephews and everything. So there'll be, Mom, Malik, Celia, Jack, and the two nephews. So it'll be the six of them up on a trip and everything. But it's interesting you mentioned that because Effie, the daughter, is now about to be rising sophomore in one of our state colleges and everything, or one of the colleges here in North Carolina. And I remember asking Mom, well, I think I was implying, well, is she going? And she's like, no, she's got a part-time job. I think it's like a local restaurant, and she's in that developing woman space and everything because she's now like around 19 or 20 and something like that. So she's in that early adult space. So, as Mom put it, she was in that space of liking to be the young lady or the young girl hanging out with her brothers and possible future stepbrothers and everything, but now she's in her adult space and it's not cool anymore and all of that.
It's not cool anymore. No, and I think that that comes back to be cool, and there's always and it's important that there's always a home to come home to.
Right.
That idea that we love our kids and we help them pick up the pieces if need be, but do the fun stuff, drive the golf carts or the mini, the little kart races and all the silly stuff. Because those are the happy memories that we get to make.
Yeah, those are the happy memories, but I can share another memory with Mom and everything that involved my brother was involved for a while, and this was actually with another relationship that he was with, and I think he's still involved in it to some degree. I know he helps and works with at-risk youth, but there was a time he was working with foster kids, and I remember that one time one of the foster daughters came with her boyfriend, and the boyfriend basically got a little bit out of school and basically was acting out of turn and everything. So basically, not quite having a temper tantrum, but wasn't being a cool house guest. We'll just put it in
Right.
that way. So he was
Yeah.
kind of hopping around and not being a cool house guest. And at some point, mom gave him that look. And I'm sure that you've given that look to your daughter, and any woman that has been a mother or anybody that's been a parent at all knows that look. It's kind of
Oh,
that look
absolutely.
that their parents give. It's basically that look that even if you didn't physically do it, it's that look that parents give that I brought you into this world and I can take you out of this world look.
Absolutely. Yep.
So I remember that mom gave him that look, and mom still lives in the same town that this incident happened that she's in now, which is Rocky Mount, North Carolina. And I remember that
Okay.
literally we had to drive from Rocky Mount to, I think, the foster child that they had, who was a young lady, and this particular man was living in Raleigh. So I just remember that we had to drive from Rocky Mount to Raleigh, which is roughly about an hour and a half drive or something like that. And I just remember that this man never talked the entire time back. So I think that mom had that look that he was still scared, even though we had left mom's home. But I think he was afraid that the wrath was going to come and get him. So he was not going to say anything until he got into his physical safety house. So I'm sure that you
Yes.
probably had those experiences and seen that look either from yourself or you given
Absolutely.
that look. And definitely it was just kind of hilarious because I think at one point either myself and maybe even my brother were trying to pull him out into conversations, and he was basically like, "I'm not talking to y'all. God, that woman scared me."
Right. But there was a new challenge to that this last year with the pandemics and the mask.
Right.
So, there's the mom look and there's that teacher look of knock it off.
Right.
But that takes the whole face, and you can't really do that when you have a mask on. And so the kids would look at me and they would go, "We can't imagine what you would look, that look is scary. We can't imagine what you would look like without the mask."
Without the mask.
So, but but that learning and that respect though for people who just yes, authority, but even respect for other people and the idea that other people can have opinions that are different from yours.
Right.
And so, those kinds of things I learned to address, and I have learned that even though I was silenced as a child and even as a young woman, with my previous marriage, that wasn't healthy. And so, there are times when I have to force myself to share and to do you disagree? Well, yeah, but am I, back to that distortion, am I allowed to disagree?
Right.
So going back and kind of unlearning that respectful disagreeing and all of the comments and the different ways of culture.
No doubt. You have to learn that respect and everything. One of the other things that we're going to wrap up and everything, but one of the other things I was curious about that my friend Ray talks about is the folks that, and I'm sure you ran into this even when you wanted to write the book, the folks that are kind of the dream killers, and they can come even from within your own family or other families, but they're the folks that don't want to give you the encouragement. They want to discourage you, tell you every reason that you shouldn't do what you're doing. And I'm sure that you ran into those even in the writing of the book. So I was just wondering, how did you deal with those folks that were what I call the dream killers, those folks that would like to take your dreams and stuff them and not find a way to encourage them?
Well, even some people in my own family were like, "Why you got to talk about that? Why you're making our dirty laundry public?" Well, and that doesn't make me, I don't look very good in your book. Well, okay, but you weren't very supportive. Well, why do you have to do this? Well, because when I called the lady to do the headshots for my book promotionals, she was just leaving a domestic abusive relationship.
Wow.
And, it was kind of a God universe moment. Like, she's, you're kidding me right now. You're writing this, you just got this book published and I'm leaving my husband who was abusive. So it's those kinds of things that really just reinforced to me that this was what I needed to do, in spite of the people who said, oh, why do you have to do that? And, oh, you're making us look bad, and all these things.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up because a friend of mine that I've become very good friends with over the last probably less than a year, or at least a year and everything, is Nancy Barrows. And she's actually friends with my good friend, Brian Shulman, who's considered a LinkedIn influencer. But she oftentimes talks about the abusive situations that she went through. And she was actually abused as a young child and everything. She was abused, I want to say, by one of her grandparents, like her granddad and everything. But she is actually now telling that story and sharing that story. And I had brought it up just like I'm bringing it up now. And she was basically saying, no, Mark, you have my permission to bring it out because it needs to be told. And I am sharing this story on a regular basis. So she basically gave me carte blanche permission to share a little bit of the story and everything. And I'd actually invited her to come on to the show because she would sometimes pop into my show because she's definitely about us talking about abuse that goes on, both in terms of the marriage situations. I can't remember if that happened in her life, but definitely in the family situation as well, because definitely she is very open about what she went through and how it has made her the person that she is, including even understanding trigger words and trigger situations, as she
Absolutely.
is she's a speech pathologist in Los Angeles and is also involved in a kind of open education spaces. So she needs to be aware of those kind of things. And as I recall, she is a divorcee. So she is also a single person as well. So even in the dating space, she needs to be aware of when people are giving her signals that aren't good for her mentally, and also be able to communicate that to folks so they don't present themselves in those situations and say things that could trigger bad memories.
Absolutely. And um, that's so true. Abuse lives in the dark, right? No one, or hardly anyone, I should say, abuses people out in public, right? They wait until you're at home or someplace that's private. But when we shine the light on that, when we write about it, when we talk about it, that helps other people not only deal with their own pain, but it helps helps us bring attention to these things.
No doubt about it. And a lot of times folks are too quick to throw things into the like that hiding space and all of that. And a lot of times they don't even want to talk about the issue either within their own family, and definitely not in the open public. And I've even seen that with other types of subjects as well. But I was just wondering your thoughts as to how much of the society opening up to these conversations would you like to see happen?
I think it's important that we have these conversations, and I think we should have them a lot, and we should have them in classrooms, and we should have them, in churches, where I was never allowed to say anything like that in the church. That doesn't happen here, but it does happen there. And, we need to have these conversations just in the public forum, because the whole idea of abuse is that the abuser makes the victim feel like they're isolated and no one's going to believe them and they're crazy and all these things. But they're not crazy, and it happens, and it's not them. And so when we have these conversations, maybe someone who's listening will identify and say, hey, I wondered about that, and now I can think about this on my own, and giving them kind of some food for thought, things to contemplate for their own, in their own existence.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Was there any examples of churches that you have seen or religious institutions that have done well in terms of addressing domestic violence, or that you've actually seen programs that have actually been good at it? I know that you were talking about your own experience, that your church or your church home wasn't good at it, but I was just wondering, as you've traveled around, whether it's been in Georgia, whether it's been in Rhode Island, whether it's been New York or Hawaii or some of the other places that you have lived at, or even overseas and everything, has there been any places that you have seen where this conversation has actually taken place and been treated well and all of that?
Um, the church that I attended in Hawaii is amazing, and the pastor there actually does a marriage seminar for, for could be young married couples, could be, how does he put it? He puts it as old and professional married couples, right? They've been married for a while.
Right.
But he gives this whole talk on reasons for divorce, and he calls it the 3 A's, right? Addiction, abuse, and adultery.
Hmm.
And those can be irreconcilable differences.
Right.
You can't stay with someone who's hurting you. You can't stay with someone who's addicted because they're taking that, whatever they're addicted to is taking the place of you as the spouse.
Right.
And adultery, that's really tough to come back from. So that pastor does a really good job of saying, look, God wants you to stay together, but he also doesn't want his children to be hurt.
Right.
And so that's where he goes. Interestingly enough, I sent a copy of my book to the minister who called me, who, he's not there anymore. He moved on, but there was a young minister that was at the church where the minister called me and said, if you don't take your abuser back, we're going to excommunicate you. And he wrote me a lovely letter back saying that after he read my book, understanding that I was a member of his church, that he was looking at those people in his church so much differently now, and that I was able to change some of his points of view so that what happened to me at that church wouldn't happen to any other woman, which is just amazing to me.
Yeah, that's truly amazing, and shows the impact that somebody can have in their journey and also in sharing their story and all of that. I was actually thinking about how it's not just a problem that exists in the Christian community, but other communities as well. I know that I've got a
Absolutely.
friend of mine who is a stand-up comedian, and she's actually pretty well known on YouTube and everything, Mona Shakes. And I know that I think that she is either Hindu or one of the other religions from India and everything, but she's originally
Right.
from Pakistan, if I remember it correctly. But she was talking about a lot of times that even though those are arranged marriages, that a lot of abuse happens within those situations as well. So definitely
Sure.
it happens in other denominations also. So definitely I know that
Absolutely.
they brought that up in some of her comedy, because she talks about some of the things that she has gone through, and even some of the attitudes that you're describing, that was very much of that attitude of the way women are treated was similar to the way that she was treated, and the kind of contrast that was going on between her and her brothers, because definitely, she was supposed to be married at a certain age and maybe even married to a certain type of profession, because then a lot of times there's a lot of classism that exists in those societies as well.
Very much so.
Married
Yes.
to a certain type of profession, and even if they were in that profession, they were supposed to be underneath the person that was their husband and everything. So they could be like a dentist, and the husband could be something that was maybe more like a trade job and things. And I'm not knocking trade jobs, but just something that was considered a different type of job, but they were still supposed to defer to that person, even though that might not be the true situation as the way the job was and everything. But I'm just fascinated that these kind of problems exist across the board, across religious boundaries,
Absolutely.
across racial boundaries, across a number of other kind of boundaries as well. So would you agree with me on that?
I absolutely would. They absolutely exist across cultures and across the world.
Yeah, and there definitely needs to be something that is worked on a better attitude. Need to figure out a way to have
Absolutely.
greater respect for not just only the institution of marriage and things of that nature, but also have respect for the role of women and men, but also have respect for working women. Because I know a lot of great working women that don't always get the respect that they should get either, no matter what their marriage situation is, whether they're
Absolutely.
single, married, or whatever. Because I've actually saw a couple of friends of mine that were, there's all kinds of different styles of marriages as well. So I think that no matter what the situation is, we need to do a better job of having these societal talks and also having conversations about the way that people are treated in society. Because I've even, fortunately or unfortunately, and I know different people may have different thoughts about it, but I have a couple of friends that are involved in those lesbian or gay marriages and things of that nature. And my whole attitude is, as long as they are treating the kids and also treating each other with respect, what they do is their business and everything. But that's just kind of my attitude. And I've also got some friends that are involved in swinging communities and polyamorous communities and a number of other things. But I respect them as my friends, and that's their judgment as to what
Right.
they decide to do with their lives. And like I said, I have a hard enough time trying to get along with one person, even in the dating life. So I can only imagine the nightmare of trying to get along with two. But if they can pull it off, more power to them.
I would have to agree with you. A friend of mine, we reconnected after a number of years, and she and her husband married another woman and her husband, the polyamorous thing. And I said, and she was waiting for me to, it seemed like she was waiting for me to condemn her. And I said, well, are you happy? And she said, I'm happier than I've ever been. And I said, well, then good for you. It's not where I would go. Like you said, I got enough problems right here in my own little house. But you know what? That makes them happy, and their kids are happy, and they're well taken care of. So, I don't have anything to say except that, that's not where I would go, but it's not my life either. So
Yeah. I definitely agree with you on that. Like I said, wanted to wrap everything up and thoroughly enjoyed this conversation, and hopefully it's brought some knowledge and some sense of relief to people. If folks are interested in getting a copy of the book or want to know about where they can get the book, where would that be? And one of the other things that I actually asked the musician who was on earlier and everything was, if folks are, because this is an international platform, Pod TV / formerly International Broadcast Media, if there was a dream place that you could have your book signing at. You mentioned that you're going to Barbados, but if there was a dream place that you have not traveled to that you would like to go to, where would that be? Because I know that one of our shows actually comes out of South Africa and another show comes out of Nigeria. So we do have people, including some of the people that come in as guests. So they don't necessarily host shows, but one of our guests comes out of Australia and all of that. So definitely, if there were parts of the world that you could do your book signing at, what would that be? And definitely some of the other things I was asking as well.
South Africa sounds amazing because of the contrast between the rural and the city. Not the rural, but the savannas with the wildlife, and then the big city. So that would be amazing. But Australia, I've always wanted to go to Australia too. So those are on the list of places that I would love to go. My book is on sale at Amazon. It's called I'll Pray for You. It's also on Barnes and Noble, so whichever platform people like. Every now and then the publisher puts the Kindle version on for like $0. So if you can catch it, it's a good deal. It's a good deal for you, not so much for me, but we take what we can get. So it's called I'll Pray for You. It's a Christian woman's guide to surviving domestic violence. It's on Amazon. And then I guess I could put my website in the chat.
Yep, and I can make a banner out of it. But yeah, we can definitely do that and everything. What advice would you give to folks Because these are like two of the questions. One is more specific for authors, and the other is kind of my generic closing question. But what advice would you give for folks that are interested in being authors, no matter what they get about writing? And I've had the pleasure of having some different types of authors on, both those that are talking real life situations, as well as those that are writing fictional books. So, what would your advice be to those that are thinking that they want to write a book? Because we all know that we have a book in us. That's what everybody
Absolutely.
says. Everything they say that we all have a book in us, or that there's a movie based on our lives out there as well. So,
That
um,
would be awesome. So my advice is edit.
edit.
Um, edit, edit, edit. So if you think you're done, go back and rewrite some more, and then have a friend help you out with, make sure that everything is. So edit. Just keep writing and rewriting and rewriting. And then besides editing, expect a whole lot of no. No,
Mhm.
this book isn't right for us right now. No, this isn't, so traditionally published books are hard to, it's hard to get there. So, um, but keep going, just persevere. This is, it's a great experience, and I'm happy that I get to share.
Sounds like it. If there was a movie made about your life and about this book and everything, who would play you? And definitely, would you be interested in that? About there being a movie made about this book? Because I do know that I'm fortunate to have some friends that are in that filmmaking space as well as in that theater space, and I know that it's a lot of it isn't necessarily in the narrative form, but they can change anything into a
Right.
movie. So if it was made into a movie, would you be interested in that? And also, who would play you and who would play that villain character, which would be your ex-husband?
Um, I don't know who would play me. I would love to see this as a movie. My husband now and I talk about how it wouldn't be a Hallmark movie because there's, it's violent, right? It's too much
Mm.
violence for Hallmark, but um, it would make a good HBO or Lifetime kind of book. I'm not sure who would play me, but it would have to be someone who can play a good um, kind of a good charismatic villain. And I'm not quite sure who that would be at this point, but they would have to be, just that charismatic type person that, oh, really? You think me? I would never. Right. So that kind of a of a villain.
Okay, so you still haven't picked the actor for either yourself or the ex and everything, but we can get Skittles the cat to play Skittles the cat, so we can get the cat to play
Skittles the
itself.
cat would love that. Absolutely. She would.
And like I said, why should Heathcliff and Morris, the cat from the cat commercials, have all the fun and all of that? One of the things, and it's a
Absolutely.
question that I asked, like I said, toward the end and right at the end, that I ask all my guests is, what message of positivity or message of encouragement would you give to folks that are watching? And we do have folks that are watching both now in Team Live, and of course, we'll have people watching later, and what my friend Brian calls Team Replay and all of that. So
Got it.
definitely, what are some of the words of encouragement that you would give to our global community? So definitely that'll be our closing thing, and then I'll bring up the airplane, which is kind of our theme song that shows some of the leaders of the network after you answer that question. But I'd love to hear
Awesome.
your words of positivity and your words of encouragement.
So my words of positivity is that even in even in the darkest place that I was, I there was always hope to make things better for myself and my daughter. Um, when my ex-husband was trying to destroy us, literally and figuratively, I knew that I wanted something more for us than where he was trying to drag us, and that positivity and I want more and the work ethic has made a huge difference. And there is hope for people who are in bad situations, and you can get out, and there are people that will help you.
Definitely great words of encouragement, great words of positivity. I said I was going to go out the airplane, but earlier when I was talking to the musician, I said I was going to give people a little bit of clip of the young man playing baseball at a batting cage. So I had never got around to that yet. So I'm going to do this little quick 2-minute video and then the plane to get on out of here. But, you know, it's a
Sounds
spring
good.
day and folks are expecting Elsa any second. And it's always fun because I bring this clip every once in a while just because it's fun to watch
Awesome.
this gentleman try to hit the ball. And sometimes he actually manages to hit it. But, you know, it's that kind of spring-like, summer-like thing going on. And this actually was done, I think, 2 years ago at the Durham Bulls Stadium. And a friend of mine was actually having one of his sons try to hit the ball and all of that. So I sometimes bring it in just to give a light moment before we get the plane on out of here. So I'll bring this image up of the guy trying to swing at the bat, and it might even give you and Skittles the cat and the rabbit something to chuckle at as we get ready to get out of here.
Thanks so much.
For a non-baseball player, I think he did pretty well. He hit about
Absolutely.
and everything. So I think he did pretty well. I saw that as I was bringing that up, you were thanking me, so I didn't mean to cut you off. But you know you've got a good home. Anytime you want to share any more of your stories or anything else that you've got going on, know that you are always welcome. I found some amazing guests like you off of Pocket, but I'm always glad to have people make return trips as well. So anytime that you want to come back and share any of the things you've got going on, book signing wise, with the technology teaching, or a number of the other things that you are involved in. Once I have a person on as a guest, I consider them part of my internet family. So you must know that you've got a welcome home to come back on anytime that you have things that you want to share, and they can even be about opinions going on in the world. As a matter of fact, tomorrow, I remember that you mentioned video games, and every Thursday I am not the lead host, but I wind up doing a lot of the interviewing, and we have guests and everything. But it is my friend Jatofi's show, and it is actually about video games. So even
nice.
your students might want to watch that because we do it at around
Absolutely.
noon, and it's all about video games. But he uses the video game space and on his show Gamers Den as a way to talk about issues, because as he puts it, a lot of the things that are going on in video games, whether that's violence, whether that's race relations, whether that's just life in general, you can also find in the video game. So we use the video games as a platform to talk about just things in general, but also how it impacts the video game. So we might talk about how like farming is covered in a video game. Like I didn't even know there was a video game about farming, and he brought up a couple of games that are actually farming based, and that even some cases the actual farmers use them as ways to deal with their crops and things of that nature. So definitely that's some of the things that we talk about. And last month was Pride Month, so we had a whole conversation around the LGBT community and the portrayal of them in video games, because there are even some video games that feature LGBT characters, and his sister is actually married in the LGBT community and all of that. So she came on a few times, and we had conversations around inclusivity and a number of other things. So we just talk about general issues. And like I said, it used to be at 1 o'clock, but then he realized that folks are at lunch. And so maybe we would get more of an audience if we did it at lunchtime, since people are actually in front of their computers and not necessarily in front of their workstation. So even if the computer is a workstation, they're at lunch. So we push it up an hour. So it used to be at 1, but now it's at 12 and runs till about 2 or 2:30, depending on how long the conversation is going. And if no guests are there or if things get boring, we just watch Jatofi play video games, and either myself or others will be very bad color commentators. So like I said,
That's awesome.
we sometimes make whole storylines that have nothing to do with the video game going on. Like I've inserted some of our characters that are in the network into the story. So like if there's some woman running through the woods chasing something, that'll become Kimberly Calhoun, one of our presidents. So like I said, we make whole storylines that have nothing to do with anything.
That sounds amazing.
So like I said, I might even send you a link for that. That's tomorrow at 12. So I'll send you a link, and if you can pop in, that'll be cool, because I'm sure he might have some thoughts, because he is a parent of 2 kids and one that is special needs.
And I am a video gamer. I'm a computer platform gamer. So absolutely. That sounds great.
Cool. Well, I'll send you that link. And like I said, if you can pop in, I know that's less than, well, a little bit more than 12 hours from now. But and I know you're teaching, but if you can pop in, go ahead and pop in. And if you can't, I'll understand that as well. But it's every
Sounds
Thursday.
great.
Cool.
Thank you so much for having me on. This is great.
No problem. Like
good.
I said, we're going to get that airplane on out of here and wrap it up. But definitely look forward to seeing you possibly tomorrow, but definitely in future episodes.
Sounds good. Thanks, Mark.
No problem.